Council, we may try to get started. I'm not sure if everybody's in the room or not. Okay, I think we're all here. Yeah, we're good. I'm going to call us to order. Welcome to your January 14th work session. It's good to see everyone. Happy New Year. We've got a full agenda, so I'm going to move right into it and turn it over to David Cook.
Thank you. Happy New Year, everybody. It's a new year. All right, first I'm going to call on Assistant City Manager Valerie Washington. Going to introduce a new staff member and talk about our recent ice, snow, rain event.
Cool. Thank you, David, Mayor, City Council members. If Sonny Saxton could start making his way up, I'm really proud to introduce him and just want to give a couple of highlights before turning it over to him. Sonny has had a 30-year career highlighted by numerous impactful roles that have included 911 director, regional EOC director, firefighter, EMT, paramedic. He holds multiple emergency management certifications. He has degrees from Johns Hopkins University and Penn State. Prior to City of Fort Worth, he was the executive director of the Charlottesville UVA Albemarle. Thank you. Albemarle County Emergency Communication Center. And I'm really proud to have Sonny introduce himself. And as David said, while he's here, he's going to also provide a brief update on the winter weather that we had last week.
Can you
Sonny?
repeat that, Johns Hopkins?
Yes, he has degrees from Johns Hopkins University and Penn State. I can't remember which one is your master's from Johns Hopkins.
Wow, okay, I'll listen.
So, drum roll, please. Here's
Sonny, Gina's retiring, so this is normal for her. You're going to hear lots of commentary. Teasing.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much. It's been so great to be here, and so thank you very much. Also, I have a special guest, if I may, Mayor. My wife is, of course, everything to me to be able to do this professionally, and so Brandy Saxton is here with us. I just want to introduce her, so thank you. We all know we do nothing alone, of course, and she is my rock and my cornerstone. So real quick, if I may, Mayor and Council, I would love to just give you just a few minutes update on the winter storm response. I've talked a little bit about how it was an ability to kind of take a slow roll into the winter season. However, I'm also mindful that we did have community members that were impacted by this response and what happened in the last few days. So just real quick, let's see, advance this slide. There we go. So just a real quick overview. There's only a few slides here, so I just want to recognize some members of the team. But first off, the winter storm, of course, if you were here in the community last week, you already knew we had frigid temps, ice and snow, 30 hours of below freezing, and then that was about a max 8 hours continuous. Now that's important when we talk about the impacts not just to our community members, but also our infrastructure, right, is how long we're actually in freezing. Ensuring health and safety was always top of mind while minimizing disruptions across our essential services. So our Joint Emergency Operations Center was active. We started planning about 5 days pre-event, coordinating, and then during the storm, we moved to what we call a level 3 activation with 12-hour shifts. And we have an amazing team at the Office of Emergency Management that helps bring that together. But keep in mind, when I talk about the team, I'm really talking about all city services. So we have all of our coworkers and employees are coming together in that JEOC, either virtually or physically, to really help the response. And so our key challenges, the things that we began each meeting and we ended each meeting talking about, was support for our vulnerable populations, which include those individuals that are experiencing homelessness, are maintaining accessibility on roads and byways, especially in and around the hospital district and our other mission critical operations, EMS, fire, police stations. But also I want to remind us that, and you know this, but responding to the everyday emergencies. Now, and every day is not an emergency for everyone, right? But from the police and fire standpoint, they're protecting us. And so there are many times that even during these weather-related events, they're still responding to heart attacks, strokes, car accidents, et cetera, right? And so that every day continued, so it's worthy of mentioning. I'm not gonna read all of these, but I do wanna highlight some of the work of the team. So when I think in terms of verticals, at the Office of Emergency Management, we kind of break that up. And so first I think about safety and security and just some amazing stats there. I mean, amongst everything else, our fire teams were successfully managing 5 fires. Now, they were doing a lot else too. Building collapse, and we had motor vehicle accidents. In our food and hydration, I have that actually called out as a yellow symbol there. And that's because those operations are still continuing. So I want to thank Tara and Bethany, and if you've not, I'm sure you've met Tara before. Can you stand or raise your hand? Okay, so Tara has done an amazing job helping us figure out how do we outreach in the community to provide sheltering operations as a partnership with the other nonprofits, but also as an overflow. And those activities were active. We had a total of 1,236 guests that utilized those services, and that's just amazing. That is amazing, amazing. And I've worked with a lot of communities around the country. That doesn't mean that we're all solved. It doesn't mean that we're meeting everyone's needs yet, but it does mean that we're getting there. And I also want to mention our Parks and Recreation Department. We can't do those things without strong facilities and strong logistics work. And so we have Richard and his team, of course. Everyone knows Richard, but his team has done an amazing job in supporting us. So I won't go into all of these, but I would just say that we have some amazing teams. On the communications side, I think in terms of community engagement, so I think about the team with our public engagement, but also I think about things like 911 and 311. For instance, 911 answered 3,800 calls during that time period. Our 311 team, almost 1,000 responses were categorized. And also, this is the vertical where we begin to think about how do we pay for these things. So finance is monitoring, and we look at what our costs are. Of course, in a larger event or a disaster event, we would be talking about a reimbursement from state and federal government, but we're not there for this one. I do want to mention in terms of transportation, we think about not just how do our community members get to and from work, but also how do our essential personnel get into work for the city of Fort Worth. We also think about moving people from being able to get them to the hospitals. And for instance, if we think about our vulnerable populations, they may need to transport to a shelter or to a warming center. And those are the things that our team was working on. Also TPW, oh my gosh, wow. 9,800 gallons of brine pre-event and throughout, applying salt and sand. And then I want to speak for a minute about our partnerships. One new partnership for me, because remember I'm new to the city, is Trinity Metro. They're going to talk in a minute. Our gentlemen are back here if you would raise your hand. They're great partners, and they helped us throughout the event move people from place to place and get essential services. So I just wanted to call them out for the amazing job. Also, hazardous materials. We didn't have any hazardous material incidents, but I think about, in this vertical, we think about things like garbage and recycling. We had to ask the community to delay services briefly, but by Saturday, Cody and his team did an amazing job being able to get that clean, get that back on track. And also we had some bulk pickup last week, right? So that had to be rolled to this week, and those plans are all in place. So just a mention of that. Also, our water department managed 3 water breaks. So this has all happened in 3 days. Okay, I'll stop that update and move on and talk just briefly about our public communication and resources. So our public team was able to launch a website that had been there before, but we got that up and running, right? Can you help me? Is that right? Was it already up? Or? Oh, you dark, and then you, okay, there you go. And it did an amazing job, and it was a great place to see what type of weather updates and impacts we had in the community. It's also noteworthy to talk about our Joint Information Center, or what we refer to as a JIC. A JIC is where our public information officers from all different departments throughout the city really come together, either physically or virtually, to discuss dissemination of information across all their platforms and all their channels. And they did that, and they started that early on, and they did that throughout the event, and we were still talking on Saturday, even post-event. So very appreciative of the work of the team. Also, they put together a really good video that had information about sheltering and warming centers. And this got pushed out to the media, and the media played it, and so that was really good. It also had things, what I'm sure we were all asked, how do you protect your pipes? And it even had information about that in there. So really, I can't underestimate or underspeak about the effective collaboration that we had, not just CMO and leadership, but also all of the people that I've mentioned today, Fort Worth Police Department, Fire Department, Transportation, When We Love, Presbyterian Night Shelter. We already talked about Trinity Metro, and then our hospitals. Our shelter operations really are about community resilience and how we move forward. So in closing, I would mention cold temperatures persist, right? We've got another cold front coming in. Support continues for vulnerable populations. We had guests last night. We'll have guests tonight that are in those overflows and in our normal private nonprofit shelters. But our focus is really about resetting and preparing for the next one. So we know it's early in the season. We're evaluating our tools and processes, so I'll open for questions in a second. But a safety reminder, so just put my emergency management, my 911 hat on for a minute and talk about, if you exercise caution when you're outside, remember all those things. We are solidly in the winter season now, so it is going to get cold this weekend. So please be ready for that and think not just about yourself and your loved ones, but I'll also be thinking about our employees and our coworkers and how to keep them safe as well. So I will close there just by thanking our heroes. We've got a few heroes on the screen there, and they're in the room as well. So thank you, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Sunny. Questions from council. Councilmember Williams, and then to Councilmember Blaylock.
Sure thing. Thank you, Mayor. Sunny, I just want to commend you and the team for the way that y'all responded during this previous winter storm. I know we got the chance to be on a couple calls together to make sure that, the plan, addressed the needs of District 6. So thank you for all that y'all did. And I know it's incredibly difficult for employees to show up in such tough circumstances, but they certainly did it as heroes. And I'm so grateful for everything that y'all did for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember. If I may, it's great to meet you face to face, and I really appreciate the work of Val bringing that team together to talk to you. I think that's the way you do it. We get information out quick, and we take it in and we adjust, and so thank you. Thanks for being there. So,
Alan, and then to Gina.
So I'd just like to simply thank you and the team for the hard work during the event and just appreciate you all immensely.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Bivens.
The name is Sunny.
Yes, ma'am. Sunny.
Is that your real name?
I'm a junior.
Okay.
So they called me Sunny when I was 6 months old. I love it. So thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
Well,
Is that the easiest question I have all day? Everybody's asking me, yes. I love it. Everyone's asking me about the weather forecast. That's not me, but I love Sunny. That's a great question.
Well, there's an inside throwback joke I just received, and Jared, I received that in the spirit. They'll tell you about it later. Yeah, love you back. But all I can say is, where have you been all my life? Now, I'm going to tell you, we had a problem, a big freeze. Was that 2 years ago, Mayor? Okay. We were running around with our heads cut off. We had pipes burst, people displaced. We discovered, one major apartment complex not only fell to the storm, but there had been a fire in this apartment complex, and we didn't know about it. And so here we are on scene with a mobile shower, but the apartment complex management didn't want me on the grounds, and so we just had to strong arm our way to help our people. And so the idea that I hear such coordination is really just heartwarming for me, because it truly does take someone like you. And so, David, I just say sometimes you just really got to get the right guy or gal in the right seat at the right time. And so you've done that with this hire. And I just commend you for your expertise, your execution, and look forward to working with you. And I say welcome to your bride. Have you all purchased a home yet?
We have not. We did a sight unseen lease, so we've got some time to find.
Well, let me
our
tell you
home.
something.
Yeah.
You might want to fly back home from time to time, wherever that was. If you move in District 5, I can get you to the airport in 12 minutes. Nobody else can do that.
Nobody else can do that.
So, just keep that in mind. And when you look at the community called Viridian, don't buy there. That's not in Fort Worth. But you can buy just west of there. But, you know, on a very serious note, I'm just very, very happy with this hire. And so, again, thank you, David. Kudos to you. And I think we are blessed with your presence. Thank you very much.
Well, Mayor, if I will, thank you. I just want to thank you for that. And then also, of course, we never do anything alone. So it's an amazing team of coworkers here at City of Fort Worth. So thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Sunny, and to everyone else that helped during the winter storm. We appreciate you very much. Any other questions from council? If not, thank you.
Thanks, Sonny. Glad you're on the team. Next, I'm going to call on Dana Bergdorf to recognize a few folks.
I left my stuff up here. Unless you want mine.
All right, let me first call on Chief Davis to come on up and introduce a new member of his executive. Oh, we're gonna do that recognition first, or do you want to? Yeah, so let's do the staff hires first, and then we'll shift to the other piece. I know. Thank you, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members, council, Mr. Cook. It is my absolute privilege to be in front of you today to talk about, as we continue to move the transition of MedStar into the city of Fort Worth and under the umbrella of the Fort Worth Fire Department. I've been lucky enough that I have been given the opportunity to work alongside Ashley Clement. Ashley has been with the city for a long time through many city departments, as you know. She brings a wealth of collaborative experiences across city departments, which is going to be required in order to make this a success. Her strong budget and finance background and understanding of the fiduciary responsibilities we have with the amount of taxpayer money that's going into supporting this project is going to be crucial in its success. And I am just over the moon about how excited I am about the opportunity to have her on our team. So I want to introduce her and ask that you help me welcome her to the Fort Worth Fire Department.
Well, those are big words that I now have to fill. So thank you, Chief Davis. Special thank you to Dana and Val and the executive team. I feel incredibly honored. I'm deeply appreciative of this opportunity. I do have a healthcare background before the city. And with the city, I've been here almost 11 years in budgeting and finance. So I just look forward to working with the fire department, bringing in those critical services of EMS and just fostering a great environment moving forward for our community. So thank you.
Congratulations.
Secondarily, please join me. I am very honored to introduce to you two members of the Fort Worth Fire Department, and they are each here with a special recognition from me that I think warrants me sharing with you. The first that I'd like to share with you is Battalion Chief Sherry Houch, who has been with the fire department since 1992, you guys told me? 97. 97, I'm sorry. And they were classmates together coming through the academy, and that's kind of cool in our world. That's cool because you're always known as classmates every time you see each other for the rest of your career. Sherry is the first female battalion chief in the history of the Fort Worth Fire Department, which I was very fortunate to be standing in front of you back in 2019, I believe it was, Sherry, correct? And announcing that promotion to you. And today I'm standing in front of you to tell you that after 28 years of service, Sherry is retiring from the Fort Worth Fire Department. And so it is with great appreciation of the city, and I know I speak for Mayor and Council, and I know I speak for everybody here in the room, that your graciousness towards me and helping me understand the landscape of the fire department as in your space, helping coordinate the relationship between MedStar and other city departments. But this plaque of award of merit and appreciation for years of service are important to all of us here in the room and represent your dedication to the city. So I know that we're pressed for time. I'm not going to read all of it, but Sherry, I can't thank you enough. We wish you. Sherry, I know this is the last thing you wanted to do. I get that. But I think that it's important that you see that everybody here has an appreciation for your work and for the effort of, as a member of the fire department, and we wish you the best of health and happiness in your retirement. So please.
Wow. Thank you for that. I never thought this time would come quick enough, but it came very fast. These 28 years have gone by extremely fast, and I've enjoyed mostly every minute. And I have a deep appreciation for the city of Fort Worth and the fire department for allowing me to be part of the organization. Thank you.
Secondly, I would like to introduce you to Sherry's classmate, and that is Lieutenant Donna York. And Donna is assigned to the Fire Prevention Bureau of the city of Fort Worth, and several of her colleagues are in the back of the room. Approximately a year ago, the merger between MedStar and the city of Fort Worth was in its very infancy and planning stage, as many of you were intimately involved in. And there was the need for us to work alongside MedStar to really do a deep quality assurance review on a Sentinel event that had occurred within their organization. And while that needs to remain private, the city of Fort Worth was asked to assist MedStar in a review of that situation. And so I put together a group of people that I am just going to brag to you about because they are some of the best people in the Fort Worth Fire Department. They are some of the most honorable and some of the most empathetic and folks that not only would you want taking care of your folks, but they're people who you have probably, a lot of you know and would have probably agree with me. What sets Donna apart in this is she was kind of the glue that pulled this team together. When I first got them together and said, hey, I have a special project and I need you guys to do this for me, they all looked at me like, why is that our issue to deal with? But I think now, and I think Donna can speak to this, that as we put this family together, it was imperative and it was important that we really understood, and it was the first step in us beginning to trust each other as we're going to provide a great service to this community. So while this has got a lot of detail to it that, again, for time, I'm not going to read it all. I believe that Donna's involvement in shepherding this project, in coordinating between the fire department and the city, MedStar, and this young man's family, and the relationships that she helped build in order to gain the trust for us to get a good completed document so we could figure out how and what we needed to do to support the resiliency of our first responders in the MedStar organization moving forward, I think warrants your attention and your understanding. And that's why I've asked Donna to be here today with the support of Dana. So Donna, if you wouldn't mind coming forward, and I just want to make sure that you know, and I know that you really honestly believe that it was a team effort, and we all know that it was, but I think your teammates would tell you that at the end of the day, that it was your relationships that helped to provide a very positive final product that we can be proud of and proud of sharing with Nolan's family. So I wanted to thank you.
As the chief said, it was definitely a group effort. There was an entire panel put together for this purpose. It was a very important and relevant mission that we were tasked with. We could not have done it without the support of MedStar and fire department leadership. And it was an honor to be a part of that. And I can see where hopefully this project will lend some assistance to not just MedStar, but our own first responder groups across all of the disciplines, and make some meaningful changes that we can use to assist with first responder mental health. Thank you for recognizing me today. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks.
All
right, thank you, Chief. And next, I'd like to ask DJ Harrell, our Development Services Director, to come up and introduce a new member of his leadership team.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council, City Manager Cook. I stand before you today to introduce you to the newest Assistant Director of Development Services. Cannon Henry here is in charge of all of our engineering functions in development services. That's all new development that enters into the city. Cannon Henry has been with the city for about 18 years. He's got 25 years of combined experience in civil engineering. He attended UTA, where he got a bachelor's in civil engineering and also a master's of business administration. He's already proven himself adept to solving complex development challenges, and we're happy to have him on the team.
So I would like to say personally, thank you, DJ, Dana, and my other colleagues and friends for just giving me the opportunity and also just giving me that little push. I'm still kind of numb, still trying to get my sea legs, but I can tell you with family and friends and things that encourage you and push you, this is just a wonderful experience for me. I'm blessed with my family. I have my sister in the audience who's always encouraging me, and it's a mind-blowing thing to be able to have this opportunity. But I couldn't go amiss without saying kudos to my grandboys, AJ and Katie, who helps me study for my interviews and everything. So I have to call out their name. My wife is watching and streaming, so she'll be able to let them watch. So again, DJ, appreciate you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, next let me call up Deanna Giordano to introduce a new member of her team.
We've got a lot of new team members, don't we? We've got some great talent coming to the city of Fort Worth. But Mayor and Council, I'm here to introduce you to Richard Jones. Richard Jones is the newest Assistant Director for the Human Resources Department. He joins us with more than 30 years of experience in human resources. Most recently, he served as the Director of Human Resources for the city of Rowlett, and prior to the city of Fort Smith in Arkansas. He has over 30 years of experience, most notable positions also including the Senior HR Generalist with the National Governors Association in Washington, D.C., and Assistant Director of HR in Louisiana State University Health Science Center in Shreveport, Louisiana. He holds a Bachelor of Business Administration from University of Arkansas at Little Rock and a Master of Arts in HR from Webster University. He's also a certified senior HR professional. He'll oversee the risk and benefits divisions of HR, so please join me in welcoming Richard.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm happy to be here because I get to work for a great city where we care about benefits and taking care of the employees. And I wasn't necessarily looking for a job, but I saw this opening come up, and I really like benefits and being able to make sure that employees have what they need to take care of their families. That way, when they come to work, they do a great job because they're being taken care of. So I'm hopeful I can make a little contribution here in that area, and I'm pleased to be here. Thank you.
And I just want to close just by making a final comment. Joanne Hinton, who is our benefits manager, who's watching from City Hall, I just want to thank her for allowing us to stepping up in the interim role and allowing us to have seamless operations to benefits and the risk programs that we offer to our employees. So thank you, Joanne.
I want to congratulate you. It's always interesting to meet people who really like benefits because you guys are kind of different. So
I love it.
Well,
I love benefits and wellness. My two favorite things.
Tell me what attracted you to Fort Worth, because it really is a unique niche and you just can't find these people just anywhere.
Yeah, so I saw the opportunity posted on LinkedIn and I thought, that fits who I am and what I want to do.
Well, we lucked
and
out.
so it gives me that opportunity to hopefully, like I said, make just a little bit of difference for the employees and their families.
Now, you know, city council members can take advantage of benefits as well. The city manager's wife convinced me to drop mine and take the city. So take care of us too, and congratulations. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. And finally, I'm going to call on Renee Tejas to recognize some of our folks in communications. Renee?
Cool, thank you. If I can have Cameron Gorman, who is the manager of Fort Worth TV, join us. He's leading our efforts to reimagine the Fort Worth TV programming. TOA stands for the Texas Association of Telecommunication Officers and Advisors. It's affiliated with NATOA, the national office, and provides training, networking opportunities, and legislative advocacy for Texas-based communication and telecommunication professionals working in local government. And this recognition is about storytelling, so I have a quick little one here. If we go back some 3+ decades ago to a TML conference in San Antonio, a city public information manager named Gina Bivens used the occasion to showcase the state's first video municipal programming. And as that idea evolved into a bona fide profession, today TOA is the most recognized professional organization that supports and advocates for municipal telecommunication professionals, including those involved in cable franchises, broadband policy, right-of-way management, public educational and government PEG access television channels. And so really it's about how you tell your story as an organization. And I'll just say some of the topics that were awarded to Cameron and the team, that he made it interesting, and not only interesting, but then award-worthy. The City of Fort Worth's Parks and Recreation Accreditation process, the Reimagine Fort Worth 2025 Comprehensive Plan, and then a first place notable award for Profile of Individual, which didn't actually end up being on a human, but on the dog that retired from code compliance and his years of service for that. So what better way to showcase the award that Cameron was able to win with his leadership than a 50-second video about them.
Very good. Now we're going to jump to informal reports. I know everybody has missed those for at least a month. So here we go. We only have 20 of them. Ready? The first informal report is on amplified music within a City of Fort Worth park, and Richard Zavala is available if there are any questions. Richard?
We're back.
Richard, I want to start off by saying that this IR left me asking more questions than answers it provided, so it probably could have been done a little better in the future. If we're going to point to subsections or sections in the city code, it would be helpful to include what those say so that we didn't have to go back, and any members of the public also don't have to go back. It's complete and right here in this IR. And so my first question is, I appreciate that you have a custom question. Will you have amplified music at your event? My suggestion would be, should it be specific to music or should it be amplification in general? Because I think using any sort of amplification device, whether it's spoken word or music, can cause the same amount of. All right. Speaking of amplified music.
Should I list drum rolls?
Yes. Okay. And then, so I'm not clear on the process here. When someone answers yes to that particular question, it triggers a greater review of from your staff, but what are the guidelines associated with that? Is there a decibel level? Does that change if it's a neighborhood park versus a regional park? Because that's my concern. If we have, it's one thing to have music in Trinity Park, it's another thing to have music in Kellis Park when you have homes right next to it, or any sort of amplification. So are there decibel levels restricted associated with that?
Yes, the 23, chapter 23 does identify it's either by decibel level or sound to a reasonable person.
Okay.
It's defined in that manner. So we'll just follow the code. If somebody does have a complaint, then we would either first reach out to the event holder and try to get them to address it that way. If we can't get compliance, then we'll contact PD.
And are there restrictions on do those decibel levels, do they change or alter in the park in proximity to?
I don't believe they do, but
Okay.
we'll verify.
And just so as long as they're in alignment with the other noise ordinances we have and how different districts and what levels they're allowed to have adjacent to homes, I think is important.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, council?
Yes.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yes, this is one of the ones I had asked for because we had an issue at Sycamore Park, and it's kind of what Councilwoman Beck was talking about inside of a neighborhood. And so somewhere between 9, 10 o'clock at night, there's amplified music or speakers that's being played, and you can hear them ringing throughout the neighborhood. So what is the protocol of when someone is in the park with the music and do not have a permit?
If they don't have a permit, then we'll contact the police department and tell them they need to cease and desist. Now, they can gather in the park like that, but it would be up to PD to make the judgment on whether it's unreasonable sound and if it's impacting the neighborhood.
So during after hours, I believe the Fort Police probably is contacted first before they call parks. Does the police department, are they able to pull up a permit right on site?
We issue the permits out on a weekly basis of all our reservations throughout the park system. So those are provided to the NPO and the divisions, plus our own staff. If somebody has a problem and they're in the park, then yes, call 911. We get involved if we issued a permit for their event. It's a reservation. So then we have a contact. So we would just work with PD or work with event holder if we booked it. But if we didn't book it, call the police.
Yeah, I heard you saying. So I think there may be something that we could do, because I think I get those notifications too if it's going to be something that's events that's happening. But if an officer, and I don't know, you said NPO, but if an officer is 9 o'clock, that's not an NPO, going to that event, is there a way other than looking through an email to see if that person is registered or not for the permit? Because I think that's kind of what the issue is.
Sure, we can look at that if there's a better
Okay.
way to get the notification out. Because there's events going, it depends on the time of year. There's a lot of events.
Right.
So we notify a lot of people. PD is one, and the NPOs and those groups like that. But we also have staff on duty on the weekend so they can go by and check them.
I think parks close at 10, right?
Yes, sir. The new ordinance, the curfew is 10. The park hours are 5 a.m. to 10 p.m.
I wasn't trying to trip you up. All right, thank you.
Richard, I do have some input, if I may. Like Chris said, the NPO, that's basically 8 to 5 job. And we know that the shifts change throughout each station, but there should be someone that staff from parks can coordinate with police to make sure whoever is on that night shift gets that notification, again, without having to look up an email. And I think it'd be helpful if you kind of looked into that.
Sure.
I don't have a lot of complaints, in my district now, but the more people are using Bunch Park, I anticipate it happening. So I think
Yeah.
there is a way to coordinate.
Be happy to, and I know that Chief Noakes will be willing to work with us in that.
Any other questions for Richard? Thank you.
All right, our next informal report is an auto theft update. And Chief Robert Aldridge is available if there are any questions.
Any questions for Chief Aldridge? No, I just want to maybe just mention, I was impressed in the IR, and I'd heard y'all done this, but the work y'all did specifically with Moritz Kia around certain vehicle models you were having issues with, I thought was very proactive. And maybe just to remain vigilant on numbers, because it looks like you saw an uptick. You had decreases in certain districts, pretty significantly in District 3. I don't know if you're out there patrolling personally, Crane, but But for those council districts where you've seen a huge increase, around D8, I know Chris is probably concerned of 93 increase, 60 in D6, 5, so 76 increase. It's just something for us to be vigilant about. How many of those were you, Jess? 2? I thought so. She had a Jeep that everybody wanted, so, yes, thank you. So Chief Aldridge and team, thank you.
Okay, our next informal report is about the forestry hazard abatement program. And again, Richard Zavala is available if there are any questions.
With Councilmember Blaylock and Councilmember Larsdorf.
Yeah, Richard, thank you for putting this report together. If you could just give a very brief synopsis and then talk about the next steps moving forward. The backlog was kind of surprising to us, and so if you just elaborate a little bit.
Yes, sir. Richard Zavala, Park and Recreation Department, and thank you, Mr. Blaylock, because the reason this IR is on the agenda is because of a forestry call that we had in your district. It was rated a priority 1. It was a tree limb that was blocking a stop sign, and that's pretty serious. That is priority 1. Our normal response time for that is 2 weeks. We are at a 5-month response time now, and I'll explain that to you why. But this is a good thing. That, and the second thing I would say is thank the council for the adoption of the Urban Forestry Master Plan, because it specifically outlines the importance of maintaining what we have, and that's the situation we're in now, besides adding more trees. We respond on a priority-based system. It's outlined in the report. The most important things to us are emergency and urgency. Those are handled in a 3-hour to 24-hour response. Talking about lanes being blocked by traffic, one lane that we can block off with barricade, but we still got to get it pretty quick. The next level is blocking sidewalks, things that are going to create hazards. Those are priority 1s. We will not respond to any priority 1s if we have any emergency or urgency done first. So we always go to the top. Crew shuts down, the contractor gets reassigned, and we address those. We are, in the last 3 years, we've averaged over 4,000 work tickets or service requests. That has grown by 70% in the last 10 years. So we are consistently tracking, falling behind, and having the resources to be able to address so that we can take care of those priority 1 responses. But it all is on a priority-based system. A number of improvements have been made along the way. We've been able to map all of our things, the 311, the call-in, all that has been set up. We've used technology. We've worked with HR on our staffing as well. But the city has grown. Our work orders have grown. And to compound things, in 2010, we eliminated a forestry crew. And it was something that we needed to do as a city. It was a budget reduction that needed to occur when you look at the whole spectrum of needs. And everything has grown since then. One of the biggest things we did when we eliminated that crew is we have eliminated structural pruning in the city. You got to take care of your trees. Structural pruning is not a priority. A tree on a car is a priority. So we had to eliminate that, and our work orders continue to grow and grow and grow. We've augmented with contractors through that process. So it is just one of the many issues that we have in the city of growth and trying to keep up and defining our service levels where we determine they should be. So what we're going to do going forward is we're going to work closely with the lab. This was my number 1 budget priority last year. And for reasons of a good of the city, it couldn't get addressed because it's expensive to get here. But we have a plan. We're going to work with the lab. I've also asked Christiane and Mark if we could get a Lean 6 quick review of the forestry program. They've already got their schedule for the next few years, but they're going to take a quick dive and help us through that process. So you'll see this discussion again in the budget process as we identify that. What I can tell you is Craig Fox, who's a city forester who is here, this report actually began last July. When I knew this decision package was not going to be able to get funded, I said we need to start working for next year. And we have the Urban Forestry Master Plan to guide us through that process. So the report's pretty thick, and it's because we've been working on it for some time. And I have a duty to tell you that there's a gap here in services. But what I have to make sure, are we doing it efficiently? Are we streamlined as much as we can? Are we using the private sector as much? Whatever we got to do. Or is this, and I can tell you, the rubber band is tight. It is very tight. But we're going to do another deep dive, see if we can get a little more string or a little more work underneath that rubber band. And I'm pretty confident that you'll see this again in future budget discussions. And all I would, say to the council is we're going to have a lot of budget discussions about a lot of needs, and this is just going to be one of them. Our job is to make sure that if the manager and the council wants to allocate more resources, that you're confident in what you're investing in.
So Richard, thank you. The safety and security aspect, the emergency, clearly we have to take care of that. I think along with the Urban Forest Master Plan and the health of our city overall, we need to protect our assets. And so I look forward to seeing that request coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you for asking the question.
So, Richard, one more question for you. Sorry. I understand the aesthetic pruning, where does it fall? Because District 4, we just learned this last year about egrets and our first experience there. So can you talk a little bit about, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, we're learning about the pots and pans and all that. And we have a couple pretty established neighborhoods that have a lot of trees in the, I guess what you'd call the devil strip, or that weren't pruned, and neighborhoods thought that the city was responsible. And so I'd like to get some clarification on exactly who is responsible for that. But where does the pruning for like egret prevention come in as far as a priority? Would that be like a 2 or a 3, or?
Pruning is a priority 3. It's the lowest priority.
Okay.
And structural pruning is what we call it, not aesthetic. And it's pretty simple. If I train a tree when the limbs are this big, it's a $1 job. That if I don't deal with that tree for another 10 years, it's a $500 ticket. So structural and pruning is critical, it's strategic to the urban forest. But we are not doing that because of resource reductions which occurred, and we have to stay on the priority. If I could, Mayor, ask the city forester to come up and specifically address what is that okay?
Of course.
Craig Fox, we like to call him it's Craig Forrester, the city fox, but that's not really his name. It's Craig Fox.
City Fox.
Good afternoon, Craig Fox, City Forester. Typically with structural pruning for things like egrets would fall into a priority 2. Your area, there's a lot of live oaks, that Basswood, Park Glen area that we've experienced, similar to what we've seen in Southwest Fort Worth. It's really a case-by-case, tree-by-tree basis if there's other needs, other hazards that exist, but if it's strictly for something like egret nesting, that work typically falls within a priority 2.
Okay, is there anything in those cases, since we can see that, with the backlog and it's probably not going to get to the priority 2 or the 3s anytime soon, is there anything that some of the established HOAs or PIDs can even do, like do things on their own and be reimbursed through the city, and maybe they can get it done at the same cost, or what can they do to, I guess, really take care of themselves or work together with the city?
Absolutely. So groups like that can reach out to us for a printing permit. It's free. Essentially what it is a review process to make sure that city resources are being managed by a responsible group, so a certified arborist. So the HOA can work with us, get that permit. We make sure it's a responsible organization doing the printing, and then identify the work that needs to be done. And oftentimes they can utilize our same contractor. They may be able to do a price break for them, but there's a lot of competition amongst those groups, so they can shop around and get better rates usually.
Okay, also I'll get with you offline about Park Glen specifically.
Yes, and Richard, we need to point out, we don't reimburse those situations. That's an HOA expense, a homeowner expense.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Carlos, I know you have one.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I guess I can ask it for Craig. Craig, in priority listing, where does lifting the tree canopies come when you're talking about, sidewalks, public right-of-ways?
Thank you, Councilmember Flores. Those oftentimes, occasionally those will be urgent if they're extremely low, or if the sidewalk is along an arterial, a route that's used for lots of school kids going to school if they have to step out into the street. More often those would fall somewhere either a priority 1 or a priority 2.
Okay. And then a follow-up question. In terms of responsibility, if there is an issue with, say, a tree planted in the public right-of-way that impedes line-of-sight view of incoming traffic, what does the city do? What's the response? Does TPW go out there, identify it, take care of it, or does TPW evaluate and then call, urban forestry to take care of it?
Those requests come to us, and each instance is evaluated and then given a prioritization. So we're typically the ones that are abating those situations.
Okay, so if someone reports it on the My Fort Worth app, it will get routed to you.
Correct.
Right. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you both.
All right, I'm going to take the next three, if you don't mind. They're all about community development block grants. The first one is the 2019-2020 Annual Action Plan and amendments. The next informal report is on CDBG multifamily rental rehabilitation and a notice of funding availability. And then the third informal report is on the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Program Proposal, Action Plan, and Amendment. All those three will be, Casey Best is available if you have any questions.
Councilmember Beck does.
I just, Casey, while you're walking up here, my question's pretty straightforward. On the mitigation funds, what type of projects would be considered, or what projects are we funding under this mitigation?
Yeah, so mitigation, that is the one activity that's part of the CDBG Disaster Recovery Grant that doesn't have to be tied to the ice storm. So the point of that is to implement things that would prevent, like if there is a type of weather event, that you have things in place to help mitigate any issues. And so as part of what we are proposing to do is to put generators at community centers who would typically serve as warming shelters. So that would be what the funds would be spent for. And we will use the money. The estimate is that it costs about $1 million per location, including all of the infrastructure and the equipment. And so we will spend that money until it runs out.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions for Casey? Yes, Macy?
Casey, on the annual action plan for the use of the CARES Act, on the Presbyterian Night Shelter, the homelessness prevention and special needs support, can you give me a little bit more on what that program is going to be? And is it emergency services or is it housing?
It will be the support services, so more of, so not necessarily housing, but if someone comes in, correct, exactly, yes.
Gina?
Casey, we learned a lot, during COVID, and we moved a lot of money around. I just call it COVID money. But what I'd like to know is, are there any lessons learned from those exercises that David led with a number of CEOs around the city? Are there any needs that were identified that you could not incorporate, in this package? And if that's something that you have to answer later, I'm fine, but we had some very good, vigorous discussions, as David can attest to.
Sure. I wouldn't say that there is anything that's unfunded that we need to have funded now. We do have a number of different funding opportunities that are going to be coming available. Our CDBG Public Service Agency contracts, that will be opening tomorrow. So we don't feel like at this time, as it relates to the COVID grant, that there are things that went unfunded.
I'll just mention one thing to you, and it's not a recommendation in any way, but it's an example of things that can catch you by surprise. One thing we learned is that there were very few manufacturers of masks for children. And I think the only one we found was in North Richland Hills. And so I'm not recommending that, but you just need to know that there are some things that come at the last minute and it has us unprepared. And so I would just say that you might want to visit with David closely and the other ACMs who remain to talk about what those findings were, because it's those types of things that catch you off guard and leave you flat-footed. And then we learned that we don't ever need to buy any more hand sanitizer again. I mean, the Buddhist temples started making their own, and they're still giving it away. I don't know what the life expectancy But I just think those conversations would be helpful, not to relive COVID, but to just see what types of events and issues come when we are unprepared for any type of event such as that.
Yes, certainly, we can do that. We're going to hope it's a once-in-a-lifetime event, but I know the Emergency Operations Center, they've been good about doing after-action reviews. And certainly that's something that we can review to see what lessons learned we can take from the neighborhood services on the grant side.
Anybody else? Thank you, Casey.
Stay close by. The next informal report is an update on the Neighborhood Conservation Plan and Housing Affordability Strategy. Casey.
Well, do you want to do an overview? But specifically, will you do an overview on ADUs and how this plays into this? And well, you know, I think people immediately associate ADUs with short-term rentals, and so if you can address that as well, that'd be helpful.
Sure, I can. But before I get started, I do want to say that we also believe in celebrating Christmas throughout the year. So if anybody did not get the Christmas gift that they wanted, we do have copies of this report available for you. It is riveting reading. So we do have those available. Our staff is here. As it relates to the plan, so it is a 5-year plan. As it relates to the ADUs, accessory dwelling units, that is an item. One of the things I just want to caveat by saying, this plan provided 41 strategies, 17 on the neighborhood side, 24 on the housing side. It's a menu of options that are available to assist the city on improving our neighborhoods and also addressing housing challenges. They don't by any means commit or obligate the city to implement any of these items. And so I do want to stress that. As it relates to the accessory dwelling units, this is one of the options that are included in the plan. It's not intended that we would move forward with that recommendation without very serious thought and discussion. As part of that, there are 3 different hurdles that we would have to go through before we even get to a point where we can recommend ADUs as an option. The first one is that we were going to do a missing middle housing study, and that would be done in collaboration with the Development Services Department. That would also be in conjunction. You all may recall last year we received a $5 million pro-housing grant, and so that study would be part of that pro-housing grant study. So first is to do the study to determine, is there a need for accessory dwelling units? The second component is to review whatever recommendations there are as it relates to accessory dwelling units, is how does that fit within the city's Unified Development Code? Is that something that would work with what we already have in place or not? The third piece is we would want to go through this recommendation with the community. And so the idea is that we would have a advisory board of community leaders that would include developers, neighborhood leaders. I know there are a number here in the audience that have definitely have some concerns and opinions about accessory dwelling units. And so we would want to take their feedback in. And so once we have all 3 of those components, then we would be in a place where we could make a recommendation as to whether we even feel like accessory dwelling units is something that fits for Fort Worth and is needed. In the event that we do go down the road and we do want to recommend accessory dwelling units, we do want to clarify that we would only pursue that option as a means of addressing long-term housing needs. We would not be pursuing it for short-term lodging needs. And so with that being said, as part of long-term housing needs, any type of accessory dwelling units would fall under our zoning code and would have to be enforced by our code compliance department. And so that's what I want to say to kind of allay some of the concerns as it relates to accessory dwelling units. We're not going to run forward with that. It is something that we would be very thoughtful in pursuing. And then to be frank, we are in a rebuilding phase at the Neighborhood Services Department. We have had some changes in leadership at the top. And so I don't anticipate that we even have the capacity to pursue that option in the immediate future.
Any other questions for Casey? I might just mention along the lines of many of the policy decisions that the city may look at, there's no reason to do that until we know what they do this legislative session, and importantly, how we advocate around affordable housing. This will be a predominant topic. So as long as we're working with Teresa and the legislative team, I'm not taking a position on any of the bills. I just know there's plenty filed, so we can kind of navigate that together as a city through the legislative committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next informal report is on no water incidents involving code compliance and neighborhood services. Brian Daughtry and Casey Best are available if there are any questions, and Chris Harder. You want to leave Chris out?
Councilor Larsdorf.
So I don't have any questions. I just appreciate the information because it's pretty eye-opening. You know, those locations that don't have water, it would be interesting to find out why they don't. I see that many of them were cited. You certainly never want to make a bad situation worse by finding folks. So I guess it'd be good to know like what those situations behind that were. And if those city services were offered, especially in those areas where they might not want to come forward and highlight themselves. So maybe if you do want to talk to that for a second.
Yeah, Brian Doherty, Director of Code Compliance. We did look into the calls, and a lot of them were squatting incidences.
Okay.
A significant amount, and that's what it was. So it really wasn't someone who was in genuine need of it. It was really they were breaking the law, so.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
All right, again, don't go far, Brian. Next one is on code compliance, commercial property fines. Brian's available if there's any questions.
Yes. So I appreciate the information on this one. Obviously, we have an issue in District 4, and I'm sure other areas, with vacant commercial property and the owners just not taking care of it at all. And I'd assume that for them, it's the cost of doing business for just letting the city maintain their property for them and getting a fine for it. Like, okay, they'd rather pay that than hire a contractor to maintain the property. CVS seems to be one of the biggest offenders. I think we see those empty buildings all over the place and the lack of care to take care of them. So one of the things I noticed here is a fine for a violation of an ordinance that governs fire safety, zoning, or public health and sanitation can't exceed $2,000. So what I would like to know and get information on is the list of locations that have been fined, the amount and the disposition of those cases, if you will. Because what we're seeing in a lot of these vacant properties is a lot of homeless setting up camps there. And then it does become a public health and sanitation issue with what goes on there, since there is not a working bathroom. And of course, fire safety, especially this time of year where we see fires being set to keep warm and property catches on fire and it doesn't really affect them. They just move on to the next spot. So I see no reason why we can't start really finding these irresponsible commercial property owners the max amount. And I'd like to know what our courts are actually, or municipal courts are actually finding them and if they're actually paying them. Because I think and I'd like to know how often we can actually fine them. So if we start hitting them in the pocketbook where it matters, maybe they'll actually start paying attention to what's going on, take care and maintain their properties so it doesn't drag the rest of the area down. So.
No, we can definitely get a list of that. And yeah, it's every 24 hours we can issue a citation on those violations.
So theoretically, if they're not taking care of it, I mean, we could fine them $2,000 every 24 hours.
The $2,000 is going to be set up with the court, and it's not a scenario where we can dictate that when we issue the citation.
Okay.
But we can advise where we have habitual offenders and whatnot to be like, okay, this is something you all need to be aware of and make a priority. And anything that goes throughout the case, keep us in the loop and everything like that, which was something we were sort of working towards anyways, just with citations in general.
Okay, what is y'all's definition of habitual? Is it if they don't take care of it within a certain amount of time or how?
Repeated violating. So we're past that point where it's, hey, Mr. Smith, I know you have a donut shop, but you can't have these things. After you have that talk, and then every month it's the same violations. That's what I'm talking about, habitual. Same thing, whether it's illegal dumping or if they're having homeless camp there. I look at it as more than one occurrence in 6 months. Everybody's going to look at it a little bit differently, but every person that has their district, they know they're habitual violators, and that's what we need to ramp up enforcement on that end, because you're 100% right. If they're processing it as a cost of business, then we're not being effective at all. So.
Right. Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. I'll get with you offline for more information.
Brian, along the same questioning that Charlie had, there was a very significant fire on North Main over the break. And it's my understanding, and you'd have to go back and look at maybe adjacent landowners that felt like they complained over and over again about the particular building that was adjacent that actually did catch fire, worried about vagrancy. Maybe we work with legal. What is the way we can, really pay more attention to some of those properties, especially if you're a landowner that's really ignoring or the building is actually falling in? I actually mentioned to Leanne today that we're at the point now we need to probably demo the building because it's a serious safety concern, and that one in particular put firefighters' lives at risk. So I'm up for all ideas on how best you think we could give you a better system, especially if it's a property that's repetitive in nature.
Definitely,
Thank
definitely.
you.
And that's a sentiment I've spoke with many of you about as far as this commercial enforcement. And that is something that we're making it a priority and sort of an action plan going forward.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
One more for Brian, I think. Officer-initiated versus citizen-initiated code complaints.
Brian, I want to thank you for sharing your vision with me in terms of how code compliance can function. Historically, I have seen that department engage more in what I call selective enforcement than proactive enforcement. Specifically, if you have a house and your address is 4410 Ramey, and you get a complaint filed against you for your grass being a foot too high, a code officer would write you up, but they'd pass by your neighbor 2 or 3 doors down who had grass 4 feet high. And so, I just want to see code compliance officers be better stewards of the communities that that they're assigned to. And I think by now they all know that there are GPS trackers in their cars. When I first came on board, one had claimed to have met me somewhere. Well, I was there, but the officer wasn't. And your predecessor was able to share with them that there was a tracker in their car. And so I wish you luck in working with this department and turning it around. I am going to wear my code compliance shirt before I leave council because I have 2, as a matter of fact, because I gained weight that I lost weight. But I'm going to wear those because they are, they're very intimidating, as you noted, and I appreciate that. And for my council peers who have not seen the code compliance uniform, I won't tell you what Brian said they look like, but you need to ask him and know that I totally agree with him. And I'm just excited about the way you're approaching things. And again, I wish you well and thank you for this report.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Next informal report, moving to libraries. The library fiscal year 2024 performance measures update. And Midori Clark is available if there are any questions. All right. Next informal report is on mobile vending unit operations in Fort Worth, and Wendy Turpin is available if there are any questions. On a roll now. Next informal report is a monthly report on the release of area from ETJs by petition of landowner and resident.
You're good. Okay. Never mind. Go ahead, Chris. No, that was one before. You need to go back.
Yeah, you want the vendor? Mobile vending unit operations?
Yes, I'm sorry, because I think I asked about that one. And this was the question, a couple of vendors came to me, that they go through the whole process of get their permitting, being allowed to be a vendor on their mobile, and then there's other people who just come out and set up, such as like at the Dream Park, that has not went through the vendor process, not licensed, and basically taking customers. So what protocols do we have when that happens?
Wendy Turpin, Assistant Director of Environmental Services. When it comes to permitting a mobile vending unit, Tarrant County Public Health is within the Tarrant County limits, are the permittees. So the mobile vendor would contact Tarrant County to get the permit. Any vendor that does not have a permit, a complaint can be called into Consumer Health, Environmental Services at 817-392-7255 for those audience members. And we will investigate that. If it ends up in a park, we absolutely work in conjunction with the superintendents over those parks to get that information out to them so that they can monitor it themselves, and then also they call on the police department. If it's outside of a park, the code compliance department, depending on the zoning, they'll address it too. So there's many ways. They can always call 392-1234 also, and that information regarding that illegal vendor will get to the appropriate individual.
Do they have to be permitted to come to the park, or if they have that permit, they could just go to the park without requesting?
So if they have a valid permit, they also have to have permission from the park. Yes, there is a registration process, and they would need to work with the Parks Department, and they can reach out to them. I believe the phone number is in the IR, so I can't remember that to rattle it off for you. But yes, you would have to register with the park also and get permission from them too.
And are we actively going out to check?
Proactively, unfortunately, the Environmental Services Department is not. I would have to defer to the Parks Department to see what their process was. I honestly don't know it.
Thank you.
It would simply be on a vendor. It's on a complaint basis. We'd respond to that.
Okay, and we'll call the same number that she,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, they'll get a permit. They'll get the food permit from the county. If they want to sell in a park, then we're going to issue a permit. It's $300 for a food truck and $150 for a push cart.
Is that a yearly fee? Is that a yearly fee?
Yes.
Okay.
So they'll come in, they'll have that permit, and then, but if someone else comes in and doesn't have a permit, they're just going to have to report to us, and then we'll follow up.
Okay. Thank you.
Richard or Wendy, Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Okay. All right. Wendy, I know you're aware of this related to some series of emails you and I had been trading regarding reports of mobile food vendors operating without permits and the difficulty in enforcement, especially when it comes after hours. I know that through some special scheduling and details, Code Compliance has been able to make some inroads into enforcement in that regard. Can you kind of give me a quick update as to those efforts? Are they ongoing, or have we seen the cessation of that kind of activity with mobile food vendors operating without permits?
It is a seasonal process when it comes to mobile food vendors operating without permits. As the weather gets very chilly, they tend to reduce. There is a routine plan where we work with the police department and set up task force opportunities for us, and those will begin again in the spring, and we'll have those kind of throughout. They have taken a break recently because of the transition of most of the mobile food investigations and permitting going to Tarrant County in the last 18 months. It's mostly on a complaint basis unless we're asked to do a special detail, which is what we did in your area.
Okay, great. Thanks, Wendy. Keep me
you.
updated, please.
Okay, thank you, guys.
All right, next is the monthly report on the release of area from ETJs. And DJ Harrell is available if there are any questions. All right, the next informal report is the September 2024 sales tax revenue update. Christiane Simmons is available. Any questions?
Councilmember Beck?
Yeah.
Christiane?
Christiane, I'm actually, as we look at the top 5 performing industries on the back page, thank you for including that. What I notice is that electric utilities seems to be creeping up in percentage. And so my question is, and you can send this to me via email, is electric utilities standard in the top 5 in other cities, large cities in Texas as well? So I'd just like to know where we compare on that to decide if I'm concerned about what we're paying in utilities or not.
Sure, yes, we'll look into that and send it out to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other questions for me?
Thank you. Next is sidewalk waivers. And again, DJ Harrell is available if there are any questions. All right, next is Moving a Million Master Transportation Plan status update. And Kelly Porter is available if there's any questions. Next, Parks and Recreation Director recruitment process.
Yes, I'd love a summary on it.
Okay, and Leela? Oh, no, Deanna is available if there are any questions.
Yeah, so I'll provide a quick update on the hiring process. This process began in November of 2024, and Jess is leading the effort as the Assistant City Manager, in addition to Mark McDaniel. The job posted on November 4th. It closed on December 9th. We had about 30 candidates that sought opportunities for this particular position. That was narrowed down to 7 candidates through a semifinalist round, and now we're at 5 candidates that will be interviewed and available for the final interviews this Friday at City Hall in the mezzanine. There'll also be an afternoon meet and greet for stakeholders that were targeted for the invitation to participate in that process. We're hoping to close this out pretty quick. Richard gave us plenty of notice on his intent to retire. Moving through this process, it'll be less than 3 months before we have an ideal candidate to serve in the director position.
Thank you, Deanna. I just want to commend you all on this process. It was very thorough, and I appreciate y'all. And Richard, thank you so much for your many years of service. God bless you, man.
All right, the next informal report are the results for incentive agreements reviewed during fiscal year 2024. And Robert Stearns is available if there are any questions.
Councilmember Beck?
Yeah. Thanks, Robert. What I noticed as I was going through this, that we tend to hit the metrics that we set out for each one of these as we're moving through the process. So good job on your team for picking projects that not only meet the metrics that they said they would, but in what looks like are surpassing many of those. The one area that seems to be of concern, and I think will be no surprise, is the one metric that we're not meeting, and that's the WMBE metric. So what are we doing to bring that up or to help these industries or these new businesses meet that?
Thank you, Councilmember Beck. Yes, that is, as we have noted many times, that is an ongoing concern for us, the ability for firms to meet the business equity requirements. As you notice in the IR, there was a policy change back in 2019 where we moved from a MWBE policy or MWBE requirement to a business equity requirement. And that change in policy really tightened up the requirements as it relates to the percentages that they have to meet and the penalty for not doing so. So many of the agreements prior to that policy change provided things like a good faith effort in some agreements. They provided lower percentages or lower penalties for not hitting the MWBE requirements. So when we changed that, I think that helped to strengthen that policy. And so you'll see in the IR, we're starting to get those companies that are reporting under that new policy. And we pointed out Crescent in particular because their requirement was just over 27 million and they spent 28 million with the business equity firm. So we think as time moves forward, we'll see more of those deals that are hitting that. Some of the older deals, again, those happened when the construction period ended, so you're really not going to change that over time. You know, if they hit it, they hit it. If they didn't, they didn't. So we're just going to continue to report those numbers. But I think as every year that we kind of go through these, we want to sit down with Christina Brooks and her department. We talk about the results and talk about different ways that we can engage their department earlier in the process and how we can better get them engaged with some of the minority vendors and contractors that are out there. So again, how do we engage with the minority chambers, et cetera? So it is kind of an ongoing discussion about how we can change and engage earlier on in that process to ensure that the general contractors know about the firms and can engage them in the construction.
Thank you, Robert. Next informal report is an update on the citywide classification and compensation study. And Deanna Giordano is available if there are any questions.
Yes, just an overview, please.
Deanna?
All right, I'll provide a quick overview. During the budget process that we were entered, as we were preparing for fiscal year 25, there was lots of conversation around kind of entry wage rate and just our pay structure and our pay plan. And so this comprehensive compensation study will be conducted on all of our citywide job classifications. There's over 500 classifications spread across exempt and non-exempt, IT and executive classifications, in addition to the pay grades and pay structure. We've already engaged the resources of Siegel Consulting to look at our pay structure. They're currently in project initiation. A lot of the activity here is kind of just planning all of the activities associated with it, as well as the communication plan that will go out to employees. In addition to that, we'll look at the classification analysis, which will be the next phase. That's looking at our pay structure, our pay plan, our job classifications, in addition to just our career ladders and job families and all of the cousin jobs that are associated with each other. Following that will be a market review that will take place, and we've got about 140 to 160 job classifications that we compare to. We look at both public and private data, pay data, to make sure that we maintain market competitiveness. And then following, we'll look at just recommendations that are presented from the firm. But we engage individual employees, so we're looking at their, not just job descriptions, but their actual work out in the operations that they perform day in and day out. So there's a lot of movement, a lot of activities. We'll have final recommendations that'll be presented to the CMO team to make some final decisions, and then communication strategies with Fort Worth Lab, the CMO team, and the Human Resources Department, as well as all of the department directors that will be impacted by any changes that may be forthcoming. We do appreciate Mayor and Council support. This was a huge budget item that was implemented for fiscal year '25, and we're excited to get this done.
Likewise, this was a really big deal last budget, so thank you for your leadership on this. I know we're a little over a year away from any findings, but I look forward to that, and thank y'all for all that y'all do.
Thank you.
And now the final, the last informal report, but not least, youth golf fees and access at city golf courses.
That was one I requested, yes.
Dave Lewis is available if there are any questions.
Dave, we talked about this before, but just please give a summary.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Dave Lewis, Deputy Director, Park and Recreation Department. I'm happy to share some information that was in the informal report. As a special revenue fund, it's important for the golf fund to always be on the same level as the market rates. What that enables us to do is then provide some pretty deep discounts to allow youth golf with additional accessibility. I was in front of most of you with the fee increases that we experienced this year, but we were able to maintain the rates on our youth golf. The annual pass is discounted 90% over the normal rate, and then the daily fees are anywhere between 30 and 40%. That obviously helps provide additional access to our courses. We do also have some really great partners that we work with. J.R. Holland from the First Tee of Fort Worth this year, we've had a partnership with them going back to the first part of this millennium. And so that's been a really successful program. They do junior golf leagues, junior golf clinics, summer camps, and then they are also in some Fort Worth ISD schools to provide programming. They've served almost 40,000 youth last year, so doing a really great job out in the community, as well as we work with some of the ISDs to provide additional programming at Rockwood, at Pecan Valley, and then we're looking forward to really ramping up the programs at Meadowbrook as well when that course reopens in the summer. So happy to answer any questions you have about our youth golf opportunities.
Awesome, thank you. I know we talked offline. The reason I had brought this up and we talked about this was really to ensure that, you know, the council, mayor and council and the city continue to do our part to ensure that we're providing opportunities for our kids to engage in positive experiences outside of school time. And this one is in particular important because golf is an incredible game, and it provides an immense amount of value to our kiddos if they can access it. It's not a cheap game either. And so that was something that was really of interest for me to make sure that, especially our kiddos in District 6 have access to golf. We have an incredible course down the street that District 3 and District 6 benefit from due to its proximity in Pecan Valley. And just wanted to make sure we're doing everything that we could. I know First Tee is an amazing program. We've had the opportunity to speak and partner with their program to speak to kiddos about the importance of golf and just to encourage them to stick with the game. And I would love to explore other ways that we can work together to continue to expand access. $10 is reasonable, and also golf is not something you learn in one day a month. And so if we're talking one day a week, right, $40 for a family that's making impossible choices between food, housing, et cetera, that might become cost prohibitive. So I'd love to see how my office can do more to sponsor, you know, even more scholarships, and then maybe a broader conversation around the next budget cycle if there's ways that we can increase access, especially for those who have who come from households that are financially you know, just strapped and can't make that investment, but the kids want to.
Yeah. Yeah, I look forward to those conversations. One of the reasons we chose the First Tee as really the leader of youth golf is they spend a lot of time on social emotional learning and life lessons even outside of the game of golf, something that we're also trying to stress in our after-school sports program as well. So we're looking forward to more growth as well.
And if First Tee is willing to take on more, I would support that. So they do fabulous work, and I'm just incredibly grateful for the blessing that they bring to our kids and our community.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes my report.
I don't believe it. Okay, council, we're going to roll through any questions on memberships, boards, commissions, or questions or just comments on upcoming zoning cases? Nope. Yep, there you go. Councilmember Bivens?
Is this the time to talk about my plans to continue a case?
That would be fine. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to continue the Woodhaven case. I don't know the number. And I don't really need to hear comments this evening. What we've done, we've emailed every person who signed up and let them know that we're going to continue this case.
Okay.
And I met with the developer this morning and gave him advice on how to better do outreach on zoning.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Yes, Councilmember Williams.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have one similar to Mayor Pro Tem Bivens. I don't know the number, but it's in Como. I continued it last zoning meeting that we had, and we'll be prepared to move forward. We've met with the applicant as well as the neighborhood, and so we'll be ready.
Thank you, Jared. Anyone else? Okay, assuming there's no questions on the upcoming MNC log, then we'll move into our first presentation, which is a Trinity Metro update. I believe Jess McEachern is going to kick things off, and we're also joined today by Rich Andreski, the President and CEO of Trinity Metro.
Mayor and Council, thank you so much. We are excited to welcome Rich Andreski with Trinity Metro to give you an update. He's going to give you an update of the system overall, and then also talk about the Tex Rail Extension project that we've been working on with them for quite some time. But we are very excited to continue working with Trinity Metro on all that the city has to offer, and we welcome him today. Thank you, Rich.
Jess, thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be with you. We're going to start out with a quick 60-second video, so I think we have that on cue. Who said, wow, I like that. That was exactly the reaction I was hoping for. Okay. So it is a pleasure always to be in front of you. It's a point of privilege. I just want to acknowledge a few colleagues in the audience today. We've got Greg Jordan, Rebecca Montgomery, Chad Edwards, and our newest team member, Annette Lindaros, our new Chief Strategy Officer. We are embarking on a new vision for Trinity Metro, and I want to start by thanking this City Council and Mayor and city staff for the support that you show us. I can't tell you, we don't take it for granted. We're well aware that they're going way back in history. There was maybe some distance between us, and really proud of the fact that we have what I think is a very much a tighter relationship and better communication. So thank you. And Jess McEachern, I could name lots of people, but Jess, thank you for your leadership. So, the story we're going to share right now is a story that I think is tempered a little bit. I'll start by saying a lot of reason for optimism, but I do want to temper that optimism with a little bit of perspective on the headwinds ahead of us. We are definitely a multimodal agency. We're growing fast, as you saw. We need to be, in my humble opinion, a top 10 system to meet the top 10 vision of our city, right? We're soon to be a top 10 city. And whether it's any city really in America that's thriving and growing has a robust transit infrastructure to support it. And so we're rethinking everything, starting with our mission. It's really not about transportation. It's about connecting our citizens and our visitors, connecting people to life. And innovation is top of mind for us. Innovation is absolutely essential to what we do. And so it's not about necessarily more funding all the time. It's about how do we do more with the funding that we have. Ridership continues to grow. Certainly right now, not only are we growing at the 15 to 20% rate, what we're seeing now is a full recovery. So a full recovery in the riders that were lost during COVID. What is happening though is that those riders are different than they used to be. So whereas a TRE line to Dallas used to be a major component of the ridership, that's ebbed somewhat, but we've seen growth in on-demand and certainly TexRail's knocking the lights out. The riders, who do we serve? The riders are really everyone here in our community. I think sometimes we have I say we in a very global sense, we have maybe a stereotype of who the traditional transit rider is. And I would just have you think about that these are folks from every facet and every walk of life here in our city and in our county. And we have that data to back that up. What we've seen is two things. We've seen the ridership getting younger over time, and we've seen the average household incomes and demographics changing. So increasingly a more diverse mix of households using Trinity Metro. And the winter storm that we just experienced, we do need to keep in mind that we provide lots of essential services. We did not miss a beat during this winter storm. I'm really proud of that fact. Thank you to the partnership of the city and a really hardworking team that gets the job done. So what does innovation look like for us? Innovation is not about necessarily technology. I think sometimes when we hear the word innovation, we might think automation, we might think computers and mobile apps. Innovation for us is about rethinking how we provide service. How do we make service more relevant? How do we make it more enticing to people who may not be on the system today? And one of the ways we're doing that is through this reinvention of the network. We're calling it the Metro system. You know all about Orange Line. You saw that. Thank you for your support on Orange Line. We are in the process of working through the Blue Line, soon to launch. Andy Taft is in the room. Appreciate Andy's partnership, Bob Jamieson and others who are working very closely with us on that. Soon to come, and we haven't figured this out yet, would love your input on the future network. We're seeing results.
I just want to compliment your Orange Line launch. I know that y'all did that in-house, if I'm right, maybe with some external help, but I was very impressed. It was really well executed. The only problem was the sun, which you can't control that, but you even had umbrellas ready for people in the heat. So it was really well done. So I can't wait to see what you do with the Blue Line. I hope you make Andy Taft dress up in some kind of theme.
Yeah, we would all like to see that, wouldn't we? So thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the Orange Line has been well received. Yes, it was done in-house, and really it's experiential, right? When you go to places that provide great hospitality, it's really about more than the transportation, right? It's the experience, and so people rave reviews, lots of social, great earned media. And one of the things that I wanted to mention at the start, and I didn't, was that every photo in this presentation, you'll see one common theme, and that is lots of people. So the other sort of countervailing sort of idea is that maybe our system isn't heavily utilized. And what we're seeing is really increasingly more crowded vehicles. People are seeking out the service and using it, and I love these photos. Especially on Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, we routinely see these kind of crowds. Okay, I mentioned headwinds. I'm going to start with the numbers. So Trinity Metro, established 1983, half penny sales tax. We are heavily reliant on that half penny. Now, level setting, no transit system in America or the world, perhaps with the exception of Hong Kong, generates a net cash flow. So we're no different. but we are heavily reliant on that half penny. And as we've done more with the resources we have, we've gotten ahead of our skis a little bit, and we're spending and relying more increasingly on those federal formula funds. That's a headwind we have to be aware of. If we could change that today, what we would do is bring those operating dollars back into local resources. And so we're going to be working on that. I think that's a really a key thing for us. But the other factor here is that purple bar at the top of that second column are dollars that can be and should be used for capital maintenance, replacement of vehicles, upgrades to facilities. And as we've increasingly relied on those dollars, we have fewer dollars for those upgrades. So that's a strategic risk for Trinity Metro going forward. What it also tells you, though, is that the growth that we've experienced through the addition of TexRail, the addition of on-demand, we are now really fully committing every last dollar that we have to services. And that's a strategic risk for us as we grow as a city. Now, questions we get quite often are, but why aren't we able to sustain ourselves through our locally generated revenues, meaning fares and third-party partnerships? And what I would tell you is that we do generate quite an enormous return for this, our local economy. We generate over $700 million a year in economic impact. And we didn't do this by a rule of thumb. We went out and we did a bottoms-up analysis of the investment that we make and the jobs that we support. And so when we think about that economic impact, I'd like really to have you think about how do we unlock more economic opportunity for our city? We have, Robert Allen and the work that he's doing, I really believe that we have a large part to play in helping us attract and retain businesses and talent here in Fort Worth. Now, directly, we currently support 3,700 jobs, but we could be doing a lot more. And when you think about economic impact, I would perhaps suggest that we're leaving economic value on the table by not investing more. So one case study, and I always like to draw on Fort Worth examples, but if you would just humor me. The city of Grapevine has really leaned into TexRail and taken advantage of the Grapevine Main Street Station. And we have data that shows that the closer you are to that rail station, the greater the business impact is. So in this slide, you'll see citywide, they saw a 23% growth in sales tax receipts. But if you were in a 5-minute radius of that train station, you saw a 38% increase in business impacts. So these are the kinds of examples that we would like to lead with when we have the conversation about growth and investment. Now, right here in our own backyard, of course, we have this incredible innovation district taking shape. This is the photo out my window over at Grove Street. And it's not lost on us that Central Station is really at the heart of that innovation district. So we're in the early stages of thinking about and brainstorming about what that innovation district could look like with its transit center. And so very early, nothing to share just quite yet, but the ability to go from this innovation district to DFW Airport, to the medical district, to Dallas will be critically important in terms of realizing the full potential of that vision. So we do a lot of benchmarking. We're benchmarking constantly. We benchmark against peer cities and aspirational peer cities. And what we realize is that we are currently spending about half of what our peer cities are spending on their transportation infrastructure. Again, why does that matter? We do things differently. We don't have to follow the mold, but we do know that people are investing for a good reason, and that is the transit systems are providing an economic lubricant, basically unlocking value. And we're in the process of understanding our market. We've done a lot of great research to date, polling, focus groups, other interviews. 1 in 3 households here, 1 in 3 people use Trinity Metro every year. This was an eye-opener for me. I didn't know exactly what to expect, but this is in any given year, 300,000 unique residents in our city are using Trinity Metro. We asked what the top policy concerns were, and consistently we heard traffic and mobility. That was across all districts in council districts here in the city. And interestingly, it also resonated throughout the county. So it wasn't not a unique unique to Fort Worth. And we asked folks directly, okay, you've expressed an interest and a desire. Are you willing to put your money where your mouth is, so to speak, to invest more in our transit system? And 77% said they favor public investment. So as I wind down here, I would just sort of paint a picture for you of the immediate risks and opportunities facing our city with respect to its transit system. We have a new administration in Congress. We'll have to see what the policy priorities are in Washington. We need to keep note and stay close to that. We have population growth and congestion that's going to continue to be a factor. And frankly, it's a tax on business. Congestion is a tax. We're currently over-dependent on that single revenue source, and I just think we want to be mindful of that. And of course, these other opportunities around economic development are ahead of us. Proud to say that this team that we have at Trinity Metro is been working hard to deliver the Tex Rail extension. We received some good news on Friday. I think you may have all seen the headlines. A $25 million federal raise grant. That is now in hand, so that $295 million program, and I'll just paint the picture very briefly, it consists of a two-mile extension to the medical district, 4 brand-new trains, and a rail yard expansion. Now, as of Friday, we have $270 million of 209. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councilman Williams. If all goes well, and fingers crossed, we're going to be asking for your help and support. We could be in a position to break ground at the end of this year. And as we think about opportunities going forward, Councilman Crane, you know this well. The growth on the west side is abundant, and as we think about that growth, how do we ensure that we're connecting and making sure that part of the city is very easily connected to the current city? And so we're in conversations with ETA. This is just an example. And the reason I put it up here is it's really a tangible, immediate example, but we have examples throughout the city, Tarleton State, other places in South Fort Worth, Alliance, that really deserve better transit. And so how do we serve these areas? That's a question to be determined, but certainly we're up to the challenge. And so in closing, I would say that we have a busy year ahead. The year is really going to get off briskly here with Mayor, your Urban Rail Committee report coming up. We have Trinity Metro Bikes launching soon. Our Blue Line sometime this spring. Our strategic action plan, which will paint the picture for the next 5 years for us. And again, fingers crossed on that Tex Rail extension. I could go on. I want to respect your time. I could talk for hours about all the good things happening at Trinity Metro. We're really proud of where we are today. And I want to give a final shout out to Councilman Crane and Councilman Nettles for your support on the board. I think that has really been an asset to Trinity Metro. Thank you for your leadership. And Mayor, thank you. And Council, thank you for inviting me today.
Thank you, Rich. Great presentation. I'll go around the table. Councilmember Larsdorf.
So thank you for the information. It's greatly appreciated. I'm glad you mentioned, rethinking service and becoming, more relevant. I know we have specifically one line in District 4 that sadly we don't see full. It's constantly hear from residents. I see it myself. We do see it empty all the time, and unfortunately, those who do seem to use it really just coming up to make some money panhandling, which we see quite a bit there too. But now what I am seeing, which I think is reassuring, is I'm seeing a lot more zip zone vehicles in and around the area. So I guess my question would be, at what point do we look at routes and the cost of maintaining those routes? And if there's other areas that need additional resources, maybe diverting those resources like the bus lines, for example, and replacing and pushing more zip zone in the areas that aren't really as reliant on the bus line. So if you have any information there, especially if it's like cost per mile of each, because I think that's certainly going to help with some of the cost and challenges that we're going to face, especially as things get more and more expensive. And two, what we can take to our residents to let them know, like, hey, this is what Trinity Metro is looking at. I've gotten some feedback or some emails answered from Rebecca, which you have an absolute rock star there. And you're growing your team with rock stars, so congratulations on that. Looking forward to seeing what you guys do. But I know it's not always good news. It's not always, sunshine and kittens. So what would you say to that as far as like what we're looking at to doing in those areas where it's not as heavily utilized without saying, hey, I certainly don't want to take public transportation away. So I want to make sure that's clear. But I just want to redirect funds or redirect resources. So do you have any input on that and what I can take back to the residents and let them know?
This is such a fantastic question, Councilman Larsdorf. It's something that I'm very quick to say, let's not just keep doing what we've always done. If there's a better way to deliver, let's do that. And so over the last 2 years, we've eliminated over at least 5 bus routes to date, the Dash being the most notable. If it's not working, we're not going to keep doing it. So that's number one. In terms of network, I think there's an evolution of the system going on that's fairly substantial here, right? We're seeing declines in TRE and in fixed route bus, but we're seeing these enormous gains in on-demand. On-demand works really well in certain markets, and I think in your district, as you pointed out, it's the right mode for the right area. The challenge with on-demand, as a sort of in other parts of the city, is that it is one of our more pricey services. So a fixed route passenger trip costs us about $8 a trip, and it's about $35 a trip for on-demand. In terms of scaling, one of the challenges we face currently is growing. There's a certain level of service you have to provide to guarantee a pickup time. And so as we grow on demand, we have to figure out how to fund those kinds of programs. And I do think in the future, there's going to be automation that's going to come to bear, right? I think in the future, we will see cost efficiency through automation. We're a ways away from that at this point. So for the time being, and my CFO, Greg Jordan, brought this up today, we just have to be careful at the moment in how we pivot. It's a sort of a very deliberate, and I know you're a deliberate person, in how we transition to this new model. Really, really happy with the gains that we've seen. I'm just not sure at this point whether we can replace most of our system with on-demand. I do think in the future, we're gonna have, if you go out 10 years, I think we'll have half the number of bus routes and maybe twice as much on-demand service. But again, we're gonna have to have that funding conversation about how we do that. Yep. Is that fair? Absolutely. Okay. Yep.
I'm just gonna keep going this way. It's easier for me. Anybody else? Jared? Michael?
Okay. I wrote something down the other day, an experience I had that I thought was noteworthy to bring up today, and I want to share that with you just to, encourage what y'all do. Recently I was speaking with a member of my church who's been working really hard to rebuild stability in his life. He's been juggling employment and housing challenges, and I was struck by his determination and resilience and his faith. And every day he walks 2 miles, and this call we had was him calling me while walking in the snow 2 miles to get to the nearest bus stop, not far from UTA West, to catch a route all the way to his job in Alliance. When I asked if he was planning to save for a car, his answer surprised me because naturally I'm thinking, okay, we're going to get your housing in order, then we're going to get you a car, and then you're going to be able to make it in North Texas. And he said his top priority was housing, and car wasn't really a big deal for him because he knew that he could count on Trinity Metro. And that was it reminded me of why we do what we do, that, transit is vital, and it's not just for convenience, which it is, but it's also a lifeline for working people who are resilient and scrappy and working really hard to move themselves and their family to a space of blessing and flourishing. And so reliable transit is a bridge to opportunity, to jobs, to education, to connection with others. And it's a reminder of why we must continue to invest and improve these systems for those who count on a thriving transit system. And I know that you all and COG as well have some legislative priorities around the importance of regional transit, the importance of rail, the importance of investing in public transit And I just want you to know that in a very real and tangible and experiential way, I deeply am appreciative of what y'all do for our community. And there's still more work to be done, obviously, but I'm grateful for this council and Councilmember Nettles and Councilmember Crane finding another meeting to add to their calendars, but one that's certainly important to the vibrancy of our city.
Thank you so much for that. And I just would point out, $11,000 a year is what it costs to own a car. So this is about housing affordability. This is about income, right? Higher incomes for folks that can redirect those resources to other needs. Yep.
Councilmember Hill.
Okay, I have 3 questions. The first, since we're on the slide, so fiscal year 2021 and 23 are not on here. Is the ridership change fiscal year 19 to 24? Does that include those numbers, even though they're not displayed on the screen?
Yes, so what I'm showing here is the actual number for the year shown, right? So we have that data, I just for brevity didn't include it. Yep.
Okay, if you don't mind sending that out, I think that'd
Sure.
be helpful. Okay. And then will you talk through the federal formula? I mean, as you mentioned, you have really just one revenue stream. The fair ship isn't very much, the other, the 8 million, but I'm curious to understand the federal formula grants. Does that vary year to year, or is that a set number depending on ridership? Can you walk me through that?
Sure. Yeah, the federal program formula dollars are exactly that, a formula based on population, ridership, and other statistics. Those dollars come to the DFW region and then are split based on a number of factors between DART, Trinity Metro, and DCTA, the Denton system. Those more or less are fairly consistent year to year. The big unknown right now is we do think there will be substantial changes coming in the next few years. And so I'm not sure what that might look like. I think we would all be speculating. It is a risk, though. If those dollars go away, that will directly impact service.
And lastly, on slide 14, when we talk about the $67 million of reduced congestion costs, can you correlate that to actual cars on the road?
Yeah, so the economists that worked on this study for us had weighting and criteria for how those are calculated. I wouldn't be able to sort of get into that math here, but we'd be happy to make those documents available to you. Yeah.
Gina, and then Carlos.
Richard, I want to thank you for the presentation, and thank you. I noticed the first slide you showed was in District 5 in Trinity Lakes, and that's a location that needs to be there. I don't know how many of the new council members you've met with, but I think it would serve you greatly if you talked about that half cent and compare it to the full penny in Dallas. It means a lot. And what happens when people see the gross, layout, I guess I don't want to say gross, but the impressive layout of what DART provides, they never really comprehend that difference in funding. And so it's not that you're going to change anybody's minds, but I think if you have a conversation detailing what we rely on and how creative you have to be, I think it'll serve everybody well. I want to acknowledge our mayor, who used to be the youngest mayor of a big city here. But when you came up with the idea, along with new council members, of putting council members on the board, that was like, oh, we've never done that. I was shocked. And there are old timers who were just really afraid. But change is good. And I can tell you that the input that council members have by serving on that board benefits this entire council. And for those of you who don't know, I used to chair the board. And we had the struggle back then of getting people who were not what we call transit dependent, not just the bus rider. And so you may see empty buses at different locations, but remember, they came from somewhere else. And if you're looking at what we used to call route number 2, I think it may be still called route number 2 on Lancaster. Is it still 2? Did you change
That's
it?
the 89, Camp Bowie's number 2.
Okay. Yeah, if you look at that route, there are council members who would complain that they saw the spur just empty, not realizing it came all the way from near almost to Lockheed people, Las Vegas Trail people. And so I think it's important that you really grasp the importance and the disparity of funding. But we choose to fund the crime control district tax. And but for that, transportation in Fort Worth would have the full penny. But I salute the team, and we continue to get leaders who are better and better in meeting the moment of the day. And I have every bit of confidence that you'll continue to get there. I have never seen such diversity on any kind of slide from transportation. It was always transit dependent. Y'all can figure that out. And so thank you for reaching others and making transit cool. And those are my remarks.
Thank you, Gina. Councilmember Flores and then Councilmember Beck.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Richard. Just a couple of comments. As far as public investment in transit, I'm a supporter. We have to be smart about it. You heard that when we first started with you in the leadership position. We can have a more extended discussion about it, but I wanted to bring up the need to continuing conversations with potential transit regional partners, right? DART has that in abundance, we don't. And I do know the state of affairs with certain municipalities, but I think we need to kind of continue having that because traffic just keeps getting more and more dense and more challenging to navigate. Now, with that said, I wanted to talk about a specific item that I had a conversation with Reed Lantham about. And this impacts airport workers specifically. And hearing Councilmember Larsdorf's comments about, not seeing a whole lot of people ride TexRail, don't disagree with that necessarily, but one particular demographic that I do see are airport folks. And that depends if you're on the train early or on the train late, right? I received a number of complaints from them that they were impacted when Trinity Metro decided to trim off some of those earlier hour, ride schedules, okay? And so in my mind, who rides, TexRail, who rides commuter rail? Well, there are passengers and there are commuters. And so specifically, I'm talking about these commuters, right? I think Councilmember Williams also referred to it. Many of them don't have cars. So, I've had a few conversations with some that have been impacted by that, but I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Councilman Flores, that's the essential question, and I think I would welcome that time with you to think through those opportunities. When we talk about changing how we deliver service, it very much affects people individually. In the case of TexRail, what we found was the number one complaint, if I could call it that, is that the lack of midday service, frequent midday service, dissuaded people from using that. So if you were going for an airplane, if you had shift work at the airport and you had a midday shift or a midday flight, you were less likely to use the train. And so we did a sort of a numbers evaluation on the ridership of the late night trains and looked at the market opportunity of the midday. And it was one of those circumstances where we thought we could do more and serve more people with the resources we had. We're well aware that there are a number of people who no longer have that option in the late night hours. The second thing it did, though, and this is important, there was no maintenance window overnight. So when the track crews, signal crews had to go out and perform a repair, more often they would have to do it under traffic. And so what this shift in schedule has done is it added frequency to the midday and opened up a maintenance window overnight for reliability. And so, it's not, these conversations are hard. I think going back to Councilman Larsdorf's comment too about the north side, north Fort Worth, I think we have a very big conversation, I think, that we want to have about the future of our transit system and who benefits and how do we serve the most people and do more with the resources. And of course, if we want to provide more service, it's certainly an option, but we're at this point still in the reallocation phase of growth. Is that helpful?
Yeah, it is. And
okay.
Look for those conversations. And, admittingly, Grapevine is a bright spot, right? They anticipated the transit-oriented development and built up to it, and they're beneficiaries of the ridership. So kudos to them.
Thank you.
Councilmember Beck.
Great, thank you. Just of note, we grow at about 20,000 people per year the average parking spot is about 9 by 9 feet. So that equates to 37 acres a year that we would need to dedicate to parking. If every single one of those people moved in with a car, that's 37 acres that we lose annually, not to mention the cost of construction, particularly in the central city, or quite frankly, around the city, to surface lots versus going up. It's about $10,000 a parking spot going up, and that is about double to triple if you go down into the ground. So the economic impact of having to build parking, just parking, not the cars, not the congestion that Macy brought up, and the cost of gas for idling and the time for moving goods that people are paying. So it's really imperative that we focus on that for just on a land use reason alone. And I bring that up because it's an economic development issue and it's an air quality issue. And so when we talk about this 20,000 people, I think the on-demand works really well today. But what does it look like in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years, when the level of service on our already congested arterials goes from a C to an F because we have added so many people, but we can't expand those lanes in already built areas. So for me, that's transit. So that's my segue into our TexRail Medical District expansion. To date, TCU Medical School has just come on board. UT Southwestern is expanding. Baylor Scott and White is expanding. Texas Health Resources is expanding, and Cook Children's is expanding. There's only one major facility in our medical district that I did not list as expanding. So the need for this particular project is imperative, not just for transit, but for the health of our community. I'm excited to hear that we're $270 million in. That's still a pretty significant gap. And I know when I first got elected, we did some acrobatics and we worked with COG and we were able to secure enough funding to fund the construction of this. And then skyrocketing prices in 2026, opening date has turned into, I don't know. So what are we doing to deliver that? I heard 4 rail cars or 4 trains being purchased, a new rail yard being constructed, and then obviously the line itself. And so my concern is that we're $25 million off and we're holding until we find that $25 million, but the cost of construction is only going to go up on what is the most expensive 2 miles of rail in the network. So are there discussions about staging that construction? So for example, can you build the line and not buy the 4 rail cars so that we at least have that in place as we start moving forward?
It's something that weighs, thank you for the question. It's something that weighs on my mind. Couple things. The good news, or sort of to bring clarity to this, is we can't begin construction until the fall because we're in final design right now. So even if we had the money in hand, so at this point, the funding is not holding us back just yet. We are mindful of those additional increasing costs. We believe we've escalated the costs to year of construction. So, but fingers crossed until you bid the project. Michael Morris has been very helpful. Matter of fact, the Council of Governments found the funding for the 4 new trains. So that's fully funded by the region. As to the remainder, there are 4 or 5 ideas that we have. I don't know that I want to express them here at this podium, but we have a couple of paths available to us, including additional funding from the federal government. So stay tuned. Probably a mid-year update might be helpful. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, please, Michael.
Thanks again for this. What I'll say is, Mayor, you may remember you asked me, I think, 4 different times to serve on this board, and I said no 3. And then the 4th, I finally said yes. And I'm excited because I do think that relations are different than they've ever been before between Trinity Metro and this body. I'm excited too because I'm there with your tenure, and what I see is the leadership that you're giving to the organization. You continually look for innovative ways, as you've said, to make this work. And I know you have some ideas that we've talked about to make up that gap, and I'm sure you'll share that with Councilwoman Beck to get that project done. It is very important for her district, for the city of Fort Worth overall. And what I'll say to you is keep that attitude and keep wanting to work together. I know you've looked at some initiatives as we talk about this. This really is about attracting choice riders to the system. We have the people that need the system, and we know that, and we'll continue to service them. But it really is getting people to understand that it's easier to get on Trinity Metro to go to Dallas for a show or whatever it is they're doing, get to the airport and get back home safely. And that's what I think, what I've seen there is that will start to attract other districts or other parts that may say, well, I want to stay in my car. But once they realize that there is a system that works for them overall, and of course that's expanding the system, that's looking at new ways, that's all across the board. So I appreciate your leadership there and continuing to work with us and as we figure this out as the region grows. So thank you.
Means a lot coming from you. Thank you, Michael.
And I want to add to that because I will tell you when we got on council, there was a discussion of what transit was going to look like. And so when you came online, you brought new innovative ideas, and we appreciate that. I've seen Trinity Metro at through the stockyards, at the rodeo that's getting ready to happen, and you provide safety. And even Grapevine, when you talk about economic development and what we can do here at the main station, because if you haven't rode the Tex Rail or wherever it's to Grapevine and had dinner, you ought to take your wife, Jared. You know, you love your wife and the children. I'm telling you, it's a great day. And so creating that here in Fort Worth will also not only just take riders out of Fort Worth, but will bring riders to Fort Worth. And so I appreciate your leadership on that, as well as done with the TNP. Lancaster, hopefully when we get that going, we're closer today than we was 2 years ago. And with prime time coming to the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, are you watching? We can get people halfway to the stadium, not all the way, but at least halfway. But I do want to appreciate, I'm like Michael Crane, actually sitting in the meetings, and there are people who come in and maybe have concerns and complaints, but your staff make sure those complaints and concerns are met within a great time. The communication piece, what you're doing on the media, what you're doing on Facebook, is bringing people to transit. I also like the fact that you said today is that we're trying to figure out how not to ask for more money, but to use the money that we have effectively, which allows you at some point to ask for more money. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate serving with you. And also, those that don't know, I appreciate having the same birthday with you. We have a birthday coming up on
birthday,
Thursday.
Chris.
Happy birthday. And so thank you for coming today, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Councilman.
This is more so, well, I'll be remiss if I didn't say something. No shade to Grapevine, but I'm so Fort Worth. I like spending my money in Fort Worth. So I'll ride the train to go see Grapevine, but I'm going to spend my money here. But I think she probably will. She probably will. I think it would be helpful. I know we kind of got off of the rhythm of getting Trinity Metro to present because Rich was new and settling in, rightfully so. But I think it'd be good to maybe have a few of these a year. It was informative and instructive for me on what's going on and how we can help. I'd be happy to serve as an alternate too, in case,
Heard it here first.
in case Councilmember Crane gets some fatigue.
That's helpful, Jared. Thank you. Rich, go back a few slides. A few things, and to Jared's point about having Rich come back, I know that we're going to be pretty close to releasing our Urban Rail Discussion Committee work, and that'll be another opportunity to co-present with a few folks at the city and with Rich. Keep going backwards. So one thing you and I have talked about a little bit, and you didn't present it today, understandably, you've got lots on the slides, but about the double track for TRE and your real vision for that. I think that's worth mentioning here because I appreciate that you're taking a legacy system with maybe an older technology and older trains and really thinking about what the future of TRE should be for Fort Worth and going into Dallas.
So Mayor, I did leave TRE off. So we have a project to double track a portion of TRE and upgrade service. That program, those program costs are increasing quite rapidly. And we are in the process of sort of evaluating that program. We're in conversations with Michael Morris about how to fund and advance that work.
And with DART too, correct?
And with DART.
Yeah.
And DART's been a great partner on this, but there's some static there on the board side, which we won't get into.
Yeah.
I guess the big question for us is, I frankly we are struggling with how to do all of the above. We've got the Texas Rail extension to the medical district. We've got another double track segment on TRE. We have new locomotives coming. We're talking about overhauling the fleet there. We're getting rapidly to a point where we're not sure we can keep all of these projects on course. And so we're not saying we're not doing the project quite yet, but I do have concerns now. If we have to make trade-offs right now at the moment, I do feel like the Texas Rail extension is very much next up in terms of opportunity for our city. That's just my opinion. I'm certainly open to feedback. I do think the regional service between Dallas and Fort Worth and beyond perhaps ought to be considered a regional asset with a different funding model.
Yeah.
The city resources really, in my opinion, need to be really invested here in our city. And if you look to other examples in the state, like the Galveston ferry system, there is a state role in funding those Galveston ferries. TRE is our ferry system, right? We're moving people from one point in the region to another point in the region. It's not across a water body, but it's at least that's.
And I concur, and that's the reason I brought it up. I think it's without going down a rabbit trail, it's really interesting oftentimes as someone that really is pro-transit and believes in the vision long-term for a growing metro area. And I've said publicly many times over, I feel like we're very fortunate because we're not saddled with large legacy systems that are billions of dollars in unfunded maintenance. But TRE is one of those things, to your point about connecting the region, and a system that we could really improve and make the real case about regional transit. And I know that Michael Morris and the COG is looking at this too, not with just DART and us and also DTA. So I think it's just something for us to bring back for this body. And your voice is important in that. There's been such a dogfight over high-speed rail that we've all talked about. No reason to go into that today. Elizabeth doesn't want to talk about it. But long-term, we are going to be the largest metro area in the country. I mean, that is mind-blowing to all of us. And I want us to be thinking about that vision long-term for the years that we're on this council. And I think that you have an important role to play, both at the state level and the federal level, about how you've rethought a really small but nimble transit agency in meeting the needs of a growing city that is also pretty large in geographic area of over 350 square miles to meet the needs of District 4 to District 9 to District 5. Everybody has something they want. The last comment is maybe around TOD and the way we're enhancing those efforts. And there's a few that have already been mentioned today, specifically around Lancaster Avenue. You've got the marquee project at Trinity Lakes that John Gina loves to brag on and should. The importance of the Texas Rail extension into the medical district and the importance for that particular project around TOD. I can just imagine the explosive growth there that can happen. So it's just a balancing act. And I know that city staff is intimately involved, but I just want to make sure this council is also lending our voice to that so that you don't ever get community backlash for something that really should be celebrated and be a true economic development advantage for the city of Fort Worth. So we can talk more about that. I think we're meeting this week, so we can keep brainstorming.
Thank you so much. I would look forward to that opportunity.
Okay, great. And congratulations on Annette Landeros. We look forward to working with her in this capacity also.
Yeah, it was a huge win for us, and we're proud to have her join the team.
Certainly.
Yep.
Thank you. Council,
Okay.
I think that's it. We can move to the
Thank
next
you.
presentation. Thank you, Rich. Appreciate it. You do. So next presentation is a presentation on fiscal year 2024 financial closeout. David Cook.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. We're switching from transit to finance. How's that sound? All right, I heard that. So it's this time of year that I come up here and I talk about that when we get to this time of year, Reggie and I want to tell you a couple things. We want to be able to tell you that we collected more revenue than we thought we would, that we spent less money than we budgeted, and that we contributed to the fund balance of the city to put us in better financial shape. That's what we want to do every year. I'm not going to be able to tell you all those things this year. It's still a good news story, but this is that time of year that we look back on fiscal year '24, tell you how we actually did and what the plans going forward will look like. So we're going to talk about '24 fiscal performance. We're going to talk about the unassigned fund balance. And then we are going to have some available funds for capital projects going forward, and then we'll mention some of the gaps that we might have on the horizon. So you've seen this diagram before, and this is our way of thinking about local government finance. On one hand, we do modeling and forecasting, and that's looking into the future. You make a bunch of assumptions based on history, based on data you know, and that helps us inform what we think the future might look like. Every year we put a budget together. It's still based on a number of assumptions, right? And then we put a one-year annual budget together, and we still talk about capital over multiple years. What we're talking about today is that area called fiscal reporting. We have the actual numbers from last year. We're able to tell you what we missed, what we hit, and in some ways, what did we learn so that we can be better at forecasting, modeling, and budgeting. So we're at that fiscal reporting part of the diagram. Here is the unaudited year-end financials, and I want to walk us through some of these numbers. The first line there is the beginning fund balance, and so it's a little over $306 million. The revenue number shows that we missed the revenue number by about $11 million. Everybody see that part? So we thought we would collect more money in fiscal year '24 than we actually did. We literally have hundreds of different revenue sources, but I want to focus on two of them. The two largest revenue sources we missed by $18 million. Property tax by 6 and sales tax by 12. Now, I think everybody knew we were going to miss the sales tax as we talked about the budget. We had a fairly aggressive growth revenue in there, but we missed on the property tax too, but it's $6 million. And when you think about $1 billion budget, this is about 1%. So we missed revenue by about 1%. But our two largest revenue streams, property tax and sales tax, we missed by 18. The good news is, going to the next line, is we did spend less money than we budgeted. And that number was by 40 million, right? So we didn't collect all the revenue we thought by about 11, but we did spend less money than we had budgeted. And the combination of that means we're 29 million to the good from one year to the next, right? So we ended 24, and this is again, all general fund. We ended the year 29 to the good. The next line down shows you the additional income we're going to have from interest earnings. And I'm going to spend more time talking about interest income in a few slides, but this is a positive slide to tell you One, we ended the year 29 to the good, what I call net operations. So net operations, revenue expense, we're 29 to the good. And the other good news is we have 29 million and some change from interest income that's available. Now, the other number I just want you to focus on is the then ending fund balance projected, unaudited actuals at the bottom is 332 million. You'll see that a number of times, and I'll show you why that's important along the way. Before we go to interest income, though, I thought I'd give you a little history on what I call net operations, how we do revenue-wise, how we do expenditures over time, because it can be different year to year. And I think the last couple of years, we have come at this time, Reggie and I, and we've said we have collected more revenue than we thought, and we spent much less money than we thought, so we had big numbers in the net operations. But I want to take us back to fiscal year 20, that's COVID. Does everybody remember that? And if you remember, we started fiscal year 20 and there was nothing wrong in the country, right? It was everybody still going to school, everybody was still going to work, nothing was shut down. It wasn't until we shut down the economy in March of 2020, and we had to take a bunch of actions in 2020, right? When you go back to that period of time, and I'll tell you, on the revenue side, we missed revenues by 16 million that year. And if the federal government hadn't given us $23 million that we used in the expenditure side, we would have been underwater that year, right? Because we missed on the revenue side. We missed on the expenditures. We had expenditures in motion. It wasn't, except for the money we got from the federal government in CARES, that we ended that year 13 million to the good. But that was with $23 million from the federal government. So not every year is rosy. Not every year is we show up with $40 million, which is what we've done the last three, when you look at the last 3 years, 21, 22, and 23, we've had net operations that were at least 40 million in each of those years. Another new thing that you see, and it's only really been the last 2 fiscal years, is we've had interest income, and that's because interest rates went up the last couple years, right, which allowed us to generate more income than we normally would. Interest rates now might be coming down, so we might be going back to the old days on interest income. All that just to remind us that these trends come and go. The interest income sometimes might be there. That's beneficial, but it also can go away as interest rates will change. So let's talk about interest income for fiscal year 24. The top line there just shows you what interest income totally looks like. We take out expenditures from the interest income to pay for debt management, and that's costs in, I think I'll get it right, in finance, in the lab, and in the attorney's office. So some of interest income pays for costs for what we call our debt management program. So net, we're going to have 29.7 million available. We're recommending that we take 5 million of that to put in the risk management fund, because the risk management fund has paid out a lot of, what do we call those things? Yeah, claims. So we'll have a deficit other than putting more money back into the risk fund because of the claims we've paid out. But even after that, we'll have 24.7 million. And I'll tally this up in a few slides to tell you what's available for spending. And if you look at just the history of interest income, it really is a phenomenon of the last couple years. Because if you go back to 20, 21, and 22, we show you the average interest rate in there. Nobody's making any money off of those interest rates. But we have made money over the last 2 years, and that's what has generated some of this money that we've been able to allocate to capital projects. Now, as we talk on the next couple slides, whoops, let me go back. I'm also going to try to translate government accounting standards vocabulary to English. Okay? Because we're going to talk about committed, assigned, unassigned. There's probably a couple other words in there. Some of us think they mean the same thing, but they don't, right? And so right here, I want you to focus on the unassigned, what we call the fund balance, because we kind of back into this number. And it's based off of the size of the budget and what our goal is in the percent of fund balance. And if you remember in our policy, we want the fund balance to be a minimum of 2 months or 16.67% with a goal of getting to 25% or 3 months of the general fund operations. Does that make sense? In the last fiscal year, we're at 21.5%. We want to try to grow that fund balance. So we're targeting 22% for the fund balance. We take the budget from the general fund for 25. We apply the 22% to that. And so the unassigned fund balance to hit that number is the 232,578,642. Everybody got that? So the goal being 22%, and with our net operations, we can increase the fund balance. We are only recommending that we go up 0.5%. And what we're trying to do is balance a number of things. We want the fund balance to grow, yes, and we want to ultimately get to 25.5% or 25%. That's what the goal's been. We're also going to show you, though, that we have a great number of needs on the capital side, right, from the bond programs and the inflation of those costs, that we can't use all the fund balance just to grow the fund balance. We're going to need some of that money for capital projects. So it is a balance. What should the fund balance go up to, and how much should we keep available to meet capital project needs? This is what it's looked like over time. And so, again, fiscal year 23, we went to 21.5%. For year-end fiscal year 24, we're recommending going to 22. And part of the reason of trying to go up year over year, even though in this case it's only 0.5%, is that is a positive sign, a positive message to the rating agencies. They're looking at our trend and our ability to grow the fund balance year over year. So here is what it looks like from a financial standpoint. And so there at the bottom, you see the 332 million. That's the total fund balance. On there, you see the unassigned that we just talked about at 22%. It's 232,578,642. Now let me jump back to the top. The non-spendable, that's the inventory that gets carried over at the end of a year into the following year. And again, it's just inventory, so it's, I guess, what we call non-cash allocation. I'm going to talk about a minute on the previously committed. Now, committed is an actual action of the council to commit a fund balance for a future purpose. Let me try again. For a future purpose. All right. Then every year we have rollovers. That's also a commitment from a financial standpoint. And that is we have contracts that we awarded in fiscal year '24 that will carry over into fiscal year '25 and that have been obligated into the next fiscal year. So we roll over money from '24 to '25 to finish those commitments in the next fiscal year. Those are usually contracts that have to be in place. They carry over into the next fiscal year, and so there are commitments in that, from that standpoint. And then we have assignments. And so if you're not in the unassigned, if you haven't been previously committed or committed as part of a rollover, then you have these assignments that we're going to talk about. We haven't taken action on the assignments. Does that make sense? But we're going to talk about, from a financial standpoint, what that looks like. So these are what we've previously committed. So these are commitments. And this is where you'll see the Juneteenth Museum that we had a conversation about earlier. We also have a commitment with the state of Texas. This is an interesting situation. The state, at 2 periods of time, I believe, gave us too much sales tax money that wasn't supposed to be ours. And so we have repayment agreements with the state of Texas that we still have to pay out over time at no interest. So that's a good thing. We still owe $11.5 million. We pay about $1.5 million a year, and the agreements go through 2032. So I think we still have 8 years. Reggie, I get that right? We still have 8 years on those agreements. We pay about $1.5 million a year, but it's a commitment, and we have set aside that money to pay back the state of Texas. I mentioned the Juneteenth Museum. And then we have the rollovers from one fiscal year to the next. So that leaves the $64 million that are what would be assignments, and this is how we're recommending we use that $64.4 million. Some of that money that's in the fund balance is from the sale of the library downtown. And we think that money should be set aside for library purposes, whether it's the money that's still needed to, what's the word I'm looking for? Downtown branch. Thank you, for the downtown branch. So $9.4 million is what is remaining from the sale of the downtown library. We also had money that was in the 24 budget set aside for MedStar. It wasn't a contract, so it's not treated as a rollover, but we are recommending that we assign that amount of money that was in the prior year budget that wasn't spent to carry over and be assigned as transition funding for MedStar. I mentioned the $5 million for the risk fund for the claims that have been paid and plan to be paid into the future. And that leaves us with the final 3 rows that you see there. We still didn't commit all the interest income that we had from fiscal year '23. We have the net interest income from fiscal year '24. And then we have what is left over, essentially that 7.69. That's what's left over from all the other numbers. And so that leaves, if you look at the final 3 numbers, that we will have $47 million available for capital projects. That was the good news. Let me say that again. We have $47 million available for capital projects. And what we've identified here are simply the gaps that we see at this point in time of the 14, 18, and 22 bond programs. There's still a 2014 project in there, McCart and McPherson. And that number equals about $108 million. We are not going to try to solve the $108 million problem today, right? And we're not asking you to allocate or assign today that $47 million. What we're saying is we have it available. There'll be a time that we will come back and talk about how do we want to allocate or recommend the use of that $47 million. But just know that we've identified also that we have a number of projects that have a gap financing to finish those projects. Before I jump into the debt capacity, I just wanted to hit again a couple highlights because I don't want to lose sight that there really is good news when you have $47 million available to spend. And that $47 million comes from the net operations of the prior fiscal year. Even though we missed the revenue side, we still had an increase to the fund balance from net operations, and we have the interest income because of higher interest rates. It also allows us to grow the fund balance, even though it's by just 0.5%. We're trending in the right direction on fund balance, but part of the reason of not growing the fund balance by even a larger amount is we've got some big needs on the capital project side that has some gap funding. Yes.
Hey, David, all great projects. I don't want to make an assumption, though. At one point, there was a small gap for Fire Station 16. I see another fire station on there, but.
I think we've already addressed the fire
We addressed
station.
it? Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah,
Thank you.
if you remember, we used interest income from the prior year to address, I think we've got all the fire stations covered. Yeah. And we've done a couple road projects and intersections, I believe, with some of the prior money. But we still have money available for these projects here.
David, could you clarify one thing for me? The $232 million in unassigned reserves, is that earning any kind of interest or is it?
Yes.
Okay.
So any funds that are sitting in any account is earning interest. Yeah. And again, as you've seen, if interest rates are higher than normal, we're going to generate some income off it. We don't budget as an ongoing revenue, though, interest income, because it can come and go. And we, as a practice, and I think as a policy, have said we are going to use interest income to hit one-time needs, capital projects, for example. We also, at this time, give you a quick update on the debt capacity. Again, this is just for your information, and I'll point you to, there's 3 columns on the bottom of this slide. You've seen the first 2 columns. One was last April. You saw the middle column in August. And what we're sharing with you is an updated forecast, and I'll spend some time here. And that's what is December, even though we're in January now. But this is a revised forecast of debt capacity, and I want to highlight a couple things. One, it's based on revised property tax numbers and a new property tax base. So we didn't miss the property tax revenue number by much, but it's $6 million lower than what we thought it would look like in August and April. Does that make sense? So the base number is lower. So that's one difference. A second difference is the tax note program. We're going to recommend a change, and it's going from 124 to 155. That's mainly to accommodate the ambulance replacement as part of the MedStar transition to the city. So we're going to increase the tax notes, right? So we're going to use part of our debt capacity in the tax note area to fund some of the ambulance replacement as part of MedStar. That's two of the changes. Three, we're looking at should we revise the long-term projection on what will happen with the assessed value in the tax base and grow it at 3% as opposed to 4%. And again, we can play with this again later, but we've said, not sure with what's going to happen with the Turner Appraisal District, what the appraisal caps are going to look like. And so we've just adjusted this down. That's being more conservative, right? That changes the available capacity for future bond program by the amount you see there. We're not making any decisions today. We're just using current information to look at, again, our forecasts and the modeling into the future. And the column on the far right has been adjusted for those three things. A lower base, not by much, but it still impacts the total number. An increased amount of the tax notes being used for ambulance replacement. And then finally, a 3% forecast instead of a 4% forecast. We'll also show you what that looks like graphically in the debt capacity chart. If you look at the orange bars are existing debt, the blue bars that you see in there is what's remaining from the 22 referendum. The green amount is the debt capacity that was shown in that third column. And again, based on the different forecasts, you just see where those lines cut across based on whether we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4%. And again, if you look at the 3%, which is the yellow line, that's what allows us to cover all the green bars that you see along the way. With that, there is an item on today's agenda that kind of closes out the year, and I think it also commits the $5 million for the risk fund. Is that in there? Yes. We will be back on February 18th when we come in and do what we call the official annual comprehensive financial report presentation. And then in future council meetings will be the allocation of that $47 million, which is available for capital projects. And we'll talk about, as those projects come in, how we allocate, again, that $47 million to meet the needs of capital projects from prior bond programs. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions for David Cook? Does it change your decision on asking him questions if I were to share with you? This is his last finance presentation as city manager.
Yeah.
There we go. Y'all hit a button now. You didn't even start it the way you used to. Is finance is fun.
Finance is fun.
No, jokes aside, David, thank you for the presentation. Very helpful. No other questions, council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have two more. Next up is Valerie Washington to discuss the Emergency Medical Services Collective Bargaining Update.
Thank you, David, Mayor, and Council. Yes, we're here to talk about the EMS Collective Bargaining Agreement. And before we get started in the presentation, just wanted to add a little bit of context before we get started. One, this is really part of the work done by the EMS Ad Hoc Committee, who started meeting in '23, wrapped up their work in '24, and provided recommendations on EMS to us in May of '24. Part of those recommendations, of course, were to bring EMS into the city of Fort Worth. But a part of that was to create a civil service structure as we're bringing in EMS operations into the city of Fort Worth. And so today, part of our presentation is walking through the collective bargaining agreement that's been developed to offer civil service protections to the EMTs, paramedics, and, excuse me, telecommunicators that are moving to the city of Fort Worth. Also, before I start, at your places, we've provided some talking points and a copy of the proposed agreement. We will reach out and set up time one-on-one if you want to go through the mechanics of the agreement or any details before this is placed on the January 28th work session for approval. I also want to share and call out, this was a collaborative effort between City of Fort Worth and Local 440. I had the privilege of serving as the lead negotiator on our bargaining team that consisted of Deanna Giordano, Holly Moyer, Leila Peoples, Dana Bergdorf, Mark McDaniel, Chris Trout, Chief Davis, and his command staff. And I do have to call special attention out to the bargaining team who put in a lot of time and effort, but specifically to Chris Trout and the city attorney's office, who really served as the master drafter of our documents. He really laid out the initial framework for us to follow. And I commend him and the entire team on the work as we've gotten to this point to come to you for approval. This is only one piece of the EMS transition, so we'll be back over the next couple of months providing updates on that process, which is set to conclude on July 1st of 2025 when they're part of the city of Fort Worth. As we talk about this too, I want to say the employees of MedStar have been, of course, top of mind through this conversation. And making sure they were educated, kept in the loop, invited to attend bargaining sessions, ask questions, and know that they have some peace of mind that we're bringing all of those positions over into the city of Fort Worth. So I think through this process, we've really tried to provide peace of mind to that workforce. And as I said, we took a really collaborative approach. We didn't have a lot of time. We wanted to get this done in a timely manner. We kind of did a mix of regular bargaining with interest-based bargaining and really came to the table with a collaborative spirit. We used committees and really tried to make sure that the work was being understood by everyone who was at the table and putting the agreement together. Before I get started too, I want to call special attention to the Local 440. They're here in the room, and it was under the leadership at the time, Michael Glenn. It's now transferred to Zach Schaefer. We also had Skylar Ainsworth, Morgan Hicks, and Sherman Detrick, who were critical to this process. And I have the bargaining team also, in addition to the main team, we had a huge support team that consisted of IT, Fort Worth Lab, Finance, HR, that really helped us and provided guidance as we went through this process. And they're here as we have questions that may come up. They'll be able to dig in and help with that. So to kick off, we're going to give you just a quick overview of the bargaining presentation, some of the key principles we used in developing the MOU, provisions covered, and then the fiscal impact. So it's important to call out some of the key principles that we used. Again, when you're merging two workforces together, and I applaud Chief Davis and his command staff for being really aware of what that may entail and some of the sensitivities from the two work cultures coming together. And so making sure that we were creating an agreement that fostered a welcoming and positive work environment for the MedStar folks coming on board with the city. We wanted to, of course, offer competitive wages. When we're bargaining any labor agreement, we want to make sure that we're competitive and market-based. We wanted to establish, as we were moving EMS into the city of Fort Worth under a civil service structure, a clear rank structure that provided for promotional opportunities within the organization. And of course, as we've mentioned throughout the whole EMS transition, our focus is on providing patient-centric care and customer service to users of the system. And then lastly, we also wanted to create a process for current MedStar employees to transition into the city of Fort Worth and into a civil service structure without the need to reapply for positions or to take a civil service exam. There will be those requirements in place for new employees, but again, we wanted to create a bridge pathway for those current employees because we want them to encourage them to come into our organization. On this slide is just a really quick overview of the MOU. It's a pretty short term. It's July 1st through September 30th. One of the reasons for that is we have a fire collective bargaining agreement. This MOU is becoming part of that collective bargaining agreement, and so now the EMS bargaining will be aligned in the future with fire collective bargaining negotiations. So setting this MOU term helps align those two agreements, and so they can become one moving forward. We have a cost of contract of $54.4 million. That sounds like a big number when you isolate it, but we're talking about salaries, benefits, salaries and benefits that were part of the MedStar budget and coming over into ours. That's over a 2-year period. And we can, again, Mayor and Council, as we spend the next couple of weeks really walking through this agreement with you, we can dig into the pay plan and the other benefit-related items. The MOU, at the direction of the EMS Ad Hoc Committee, covers EMTs, paramedics, and also telecommunicators. We did spend some time bargaining. We weren't sure about the telecommunicator group at first, if they fit into the civil service structure or not. But after really advising with the EMS Ad Hoc Committee, Mark McDaniel, our team, and especially our HR experts, we did align the telecommunicators to be part of that civil service agreement. Other provisions that are in the bargaining agreement include paid time off, including vacation holiday pay, incentives. It lays out promotional and hiring processes, and then also calls out appointed rank positions. And then it's important to note that our charge was to put together the EMS CBA agreement. We went a little bit outside of scope when we had this opportunity with our leadership team in the Local 440 to address 2 other items. Those items were healthcare language updates. If you may remember, the Local 440 provides healthcare for the firefighters. We use this opportunity, since EMS will be folded into that group, to just make some changes to that agreement, offering better clarity in how the subsidy piece from the city of Fort Worth would work in the future. And then we added on a last chance agreement, and this was really, I think, a partnership and conversations with Zach, Deanna, Chief Davis, and really making sure that we're providing wraparound services to any of our firefighters that may get into a situation where they're dealing with alcohol or substance abuse. It allows the chief, HR, and the local to really try a different approach to those employees. We have invested a lot of time, money, and training into them, and it offers a route for them to go into the dependency counseling through a partnership that we have with the Local 440, where they help cover the cost of that, of any medical treatments that may be needed. Just a couple of key dates. In August of '23 is when the Ad Hoc EMS Committee was created by Mayor Parker. We got their final recommendations in May of 2024. By June of 2024, we had convened our bargaining team and had a bargaining schedule and started really hot and heavy in bargaining and trying to create this agreement with the Local 440 to cover EMS. The agreement was ratified by Local 440's membership, which is key. They've already brought it to their membership who approved it, so that's why we're at the step here to get the final approval from Mayor and Council. And we plan on bringing an M&C to you on January 28th to approve that agreement. The effective date of the MOU is July 1st, which aligns with the transition of EMS into the city of Fort Worth. So some of this we mentioned, and again, it was important to the EMS Ad Hoc Committee to create a civil service process for the EMS employees that were coming over, the EMTs, paramedics, and telecommunicators. That took a lot of time in making sure we were understanding 143. We worked closely with Chris Trout in the attorney's office, and setting up and making sure we were defining the roles correctly, because we had our dual role firefighters, which were our traditional firefighters, and we created a single role firefighter position that would cover the EMS workers coming over, the EMTs and paramedics. And then additionally, we worked on the telecommunicators and have a path for them to also come over to the city as civil service employees. The scope of the bargaining agreement, since we had the fire collective bargaining agreement in place, we thought we would start with an MOU that, again, we could align with the fire CBA. So again, Chris Trout really started from ground zero and started drafting provisions and structure for us to get to this point of having a full agreement. We created job classifications. Again, we defined that single role versus dual role firefighters, and spent a lot of times talking about the telecommunicators. One of the things that we want to call out when I said we wanted to create a real clear rank structure and create promotional opportunities, one of the things that we discovered with MedStar is they had a lot of different positions and levels. We worked closely with the local and Deanna and our team to really condense that and make sure that we had a clear rank structure on the EMS paramedic side, and then also for the telecommunicators, and making sure that we had progression and steps, and again, a clearly defined promotional process so everyone knows how to move in between those ranks. Part of the bargaining agreement does lay out the qualifications, minimum qualifications for time and rank, and other items, so it's really, really clear what you have to do if you want to move up in the organization and try those roles. Quickly, just on the cost of the contract, I already said it's about $54.4 million over a 2-year period. This includes wages, pension, Medicare, step increases. There's some dollars in there for incentive pays, for education. If you have a, I don't know why I'm drawing a blank, if you speak a foreign language, thank you, bilingual, thank you, Mark. Bilingual pay, and we really tried to make sure that we aligned the EMS team coming in with some of the incentives we already had in the fire department. I think Chief Davis at every single session talked about the importance of, again, making sure we were creating a welcoming culture, and people weren't coming in feeling like they were a second class or a different type of employee, that really making that warm, welcoming environment where they can see some parity in between the different roles was important to us. I put on here, this does not include all overtime costs. There are some built-in overtime with some of the hourly rates, but there are some overtime costs that are not included in here. And I have a note on this slide. We know with the transition of EMS into the city of Fort Worth, we're going to need to spend some time making sure we understand all of the funding and long-term funding needs that come along with that. So we'll be back before y'all in the coming months with Mark McDaniel and others to really talk through what that long-term funding strategy needs to look like. We're spending a lot of time now preparing for the member cities who are waiting to know what their financial allocation is going to be for fiscal year 26. We're spending a lot of time working with Reggie Zeno and Tony Russo, again, on just brainstorming on what are those long-term financial funding options that we need to be maybe looking at as a city to be able to provide EMS services, which is a critical and important service for a city to offer. The cost of contract too includes some of the baseline service levels that were important to the EMS ad hoc committee. And those included reducing the unit hour utilization from 0.67 to a 0.50, which really ties to the workload of the EMTs and paramedics. At a 0.67 utilization rate, they are out on the street really burning from call to call, not a lot of time to do patient paperwork, take a breather, and in really working with our team and the Fitch team, setting our service levels at a 0.50 utilization is really an industry standard. It really creates a nice balance and will allow our EMTs and paramedics to really come to do their jobs and do it in the best way possible. We also have an 8-minute travel time in there, 90% of the time for priority 1 calls. You know, it was important to everyone in this room that we were looking at ways to reduce response times and provide better service. And so you're getting that as we keep talking through this transition. And then it also includes a tiered ALS, BLS, so advanced life support, basic life support. And that really will help define how the chief staffs the department with a good mix of EMTs and paramedics. The other thing we wanted to show on here is that to achieve all of these metrics, to get to the service levels that we want to see as a city, we are adding about 75 additional staff. Most of these would be in EMTs. And we're also adding 9 ambulances. So as we are walking through this transition, City of Fort Worth is having to shore up and really add in some extra resources to make sure we're meeting the service levels that y'all are demanding. And that is adding 75 new positions and 9 ambulances. I noted on here that they're working 12-hour shifts. I know Chief Davis is working with that group and the local. I believe they'll stay at 12-hour shifts, but the chief may want to have some flexibility with that piece. Oops. Sorry. Sorry, I think I'm frozen here. Okay. Okay. Really, the last thing I want to cover is employee outreach and education. This, again, has been a full court press by the entire bargaining team, but special credit to Deanna, Holly, Leila, Sharika with public engagement, Renee Tejas, really making sure that we created a platform so we could keep in touch with the MedStar employees. Again, we understand, as anyone would in a transition or a job change, you can feel anxious, you're not sure, you want to get information. We set up a SharePoint site and have been regularly sharing information there. We've held town hall meetings where we'll provide an opportunity for the MedStar team to talk with leadership, the chief, ask Deanna questions, and then we've also set up small group meetings. I tease the chief, I call them fireside chats, or some way where the chief is sitting down in smaller groups with employees. He's met folks at Panera for coffee. He's really going above and beyond to make himself available to meet with employees who have questions about the transition and to give them reassurances that everything's going to be good and that we're excited to have him come and join our workforce. We also invited MedStar employees to attend our bargaining sessions. We encouraged that, and many of them took us up on that. They did attend bargaining sessions. They were very interested, of course, in the conversation, asked a lot of questions. And then lastly, we set up a committee structure when we were bargaining. If there were topics that were easier to take into a small committee setting, for example, if we needed the chief and Dr. Jarvis to work on credentialing, we could set up a small committee and have them do their work and report back to the bargaining team. As we were forming those committees, we did invite MedStar personnel to participate. So they participated with the city and the local 440 through that process. And we don't plan on letting up. We know now that we have an agreement. We need to do a lot more education, make sure everyone understands civil service and the protections that are coming along with this agreement and what to expect in the future. And then our next steps, on January 28th, we have an M&C on the agenda to approve the agreement. Really, February through June, we're going to be continuing to provide information, working on programming for payroll system, and making sure the agreement terms are ready to implement and are in place by July 1st of 2025. And with that, we can take questions. And again, I have the bargaining team with me and our support team. So I have a whole team here of people that can answer questions if you have them. And thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad that you included a bullet point on payroll in this particular presentation. If we haven't fixed the previous payroll issues with the fire department before, how are we going to have them fixed for these new employees? And let me also say that bringing on these new employees, it is imperative, because while here at the City of Fort Worth, we may have become accustomed to payroll being inaccurate, that is certainly not the case for other institutions. And the last thing that I want to see is a bunch of EMS, we incorporate MedStar, and then they start having payroll issues, because if I'm them, I'm leaving.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I'll let Mark jump in here in a moment. That is on our radar. We're working with a vendor to assist us with that, being really aware of the other payroll items that the team is working from. Mark, if you want to jump in and provide some more background on that.
Yeah, I guess first of all, on the payroll project, we've come a long way in the last 6 months. Tremendous amount of progress being made, both on the fire and the police side. Currently, MedStar employees are paid through a third-party service, ADP, and so we're going to continue that. We've got to make some changes because of all the changes in pay, moving to the new system that Val just articulated. So we're working with ADP to do that. We'll find out soon enough if they're capable, but things are going well on that end. But
So we're going to bring them over and ADP is going to continue to pay them while they're City of Fort Worth employees?
the city of Fort Worth is going to hire ADP to do that in the interim, yes.
In the interim, so for about how long do we think that'll?
Well, so here, the issue is that if we were to start integrating all of these 500, 400 MedStar employees now into the projects that are already underway, it would set those projects back because there's not enough resources from our vendor to do all three at the same time. And so we don't want to slow the other two down, and we want to get those completed. And we will start the EMS employees as a third project, basically. We're already tracking police and fire as two separate projects because they're at different stages. And then the EMS will be a third. I would expect, that process will take several months. We don't have an estimate yet. We've got a proposal in terms of cost, but it'll be equally as large in terms of the scope, but we'll have lessons learned from the first two, and I think it'll go much easier that way.
And I would add on, we meet regularly, weekly, as an EMS exec team with a lot of different stakeholders at the table, including Holly and Deanna and Leila, and they keep that, the importance of making sure we're working closely with ADP and getting the payroll piece. They keep that front of mind every week as we're meeting, so we can provide regular updates on how that process is going. But it's definitely, I know, top of Mark's mind, mine, Deanna, and the HR team to make sure that we get that piece right.
Yeah, we also, the payroll project meets weekly as well.
Carlos.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is either for Valerie or Mark, if you're still up there. In as far as EMS billing is concerned, that's going to be something we have to look at that will mean success going forward, right? If we get that right. So what will that billing structure look like if we're going to go with a third party?
So as far as the EMS building for ambulance transports, we are using a company called EMSMC. I'm looking to Tony and others. I think I said that correctly. They're the vendor that MedStar is currently using. We determined that through the transition, we would continue working with EMSMC to determine, again, if they really meet our needs, the city of Fort Worth, to serve as the vendor. We thought through the transition process, it would be best to stay consistent with that vendor, at least through the transition. And then we may have some opportunities, if we would like to exercise them, to do an RFP process to really take a bigger look at that EMS billing. Reggie Zeno, Tony Russo, Kate Perry, again, we meet weekly, and we have a committee that's focusing specifically on the EMS billing contracts and other contracts for EMS services. So again, I think that team is interfaced with EMSMC. I think we're in a good spot through the transition, but it is something that Reggie and team, Chief Davis, Mark and I are watching closely because, of course, that billing vendor is the meat and potatoes to EMS and bringing in that transport revenue. So we're watching that relationship closely.
Great. Thank you, Valerie. Look forward to hearing more updates.
Any other questions from council? No. Thank you very much.
All right, we appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, our last presentation for work session will be homeless strategies update with various city staff. Looks like Mark McDaniel is going to kick things off for us. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So just a few little comments here to set this up. So you'll recall that it was back really about as a discussion around budget. We heard from all the council members that homelessness and issues surrounding homelessness was a priority for not just, a few of you, but all of you. And so right about the time also that we were seeing some reorganization in neighborhood services, we thought it was appropriate to pull neighborhood services into the CMO. And so we did that with the creation of the Intergovernmental Relations Group, which is headed up by Bethany. And then Tara came over with Christy on her staff to really begin a process where it's really a reset on our homeless initiatives and looking at how we spend our money, what are the real issues that we're dealing with, and what does homelessness mean to all of you? And so that's why they met with all of you individually, as well as our stakeholders and a number of other people, to really kind of put their ear to the ground, because our strategies that we've been working with have been around a long time. And we wanted to really examine, are they working? Are they not working? What do we need to do next? The other reason why, let's see if I can advance this, seems to be the trick today. Okay, so as we look at this slide, this is another reason why we wanted to house the homelessness efforts out of the city manager's office. You can see all the different department here that are represented. So it's not just neighborhood services that was involved. You see police, municipal court, parks and recreation code, et cetera. And so the collaboration that needs to take place, we just felt like there needs to be a higher level focus on from the organization down to include and coordinate better amongst all these. These have been terrific partners, which you're going to hear from Bethany. But we're learning things that we didn't really know, and there wasn't, folks weren't talking to each other about services that were necessarily being provided. And so now they are under Bethany's leadership and involvement of Tara and her team. So that's my setup, Bethany, and you take it from here.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager. Bethany Warner, Intergovernmental Relations Manager.
Tara Perez, Directions Hall Manager.
Closer to that microphone. It's been quiet all day. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we've got a dense agenda for you guys, and we're excited to be up here talking to you about a lot of the information we've put together over the past few months. This is a combination of some requests we've received from you, some timely information we just needed to share, and some setup for some things we're doing in the future. So with that, we'll start with Tara covering some data points.
Okay, this is just looking at changes in the homeless population in Fort Worth over time. Just a few key things. One is homelessness is at a lower level now than it was in 2007. As you can see, there was a big plateau. We had a sudden decrease. This was around in 21, 22. This was around the eviction moratorium and lots of federal emergency rental assistance. We have a huge spike as the eviction moratorium expires and as federal rental assistance expires. And now we have a returning to about pre-COVID level. So every year there is a count. We actually have one coming up on January 23rd, but this is the results from our last year point-in-time count. So the big headline was a 12% decrease in homelessness, and we saw in different categories decreases. I will point out the decrease, we had a 33% decrease in family homelessness from 23 to 24. And that is almost solely attributed to Partnership Home worked very well with our housing authorities in using some vouchers. And the state, because they used them so quickly, the state gave them 350 more. And so that is why we had such a big decrease. And so with those new resources of rental assistance, we see the decrease in homelessness. This is in contrast to the national trend. This report was released late in December, but these are our national numbers. So nationally, we saw increases in all of the different subpopulations of homelessness except for veterans. So while as locally we had decreases, nationally increases. This is just a quick look at the percentage of population that's homeless in our big Texas cities. Want to spend a minute on this. So we're going to be talking more about unsheltered homelessness in this presentation, but the gray part is unsheltered homelessness. So whenever this is high, this is what our community members see. Community members, for the large part, do not see the sheltered homelessness. And as you can see, our shelter capacity has remained relatively the same for the last 17 years. That's the orange. Okay, so if shelters get full, people are unsheltered. And that's when we see these large increases in unsheltered homelessness. So going back to that snapshot point in time count last January, these were the shelters that were open then. Some things have changed since then. Center for Transforming Lives no longer has a shelter. And When We Love was temporary at Broadway Baptist when Salvation Army was having construction. And so that now it's Salvation Army, but those are just some changes. So this is looking at bed counts. So how many emergency shelter beds were there available for families and how many were full? So as you can see, we've broken it down by shelter. We have very high utilization at Center for Transforming Lives and Presbyterian Night Shelter, which is our biggest family shelter. And then we had some room at Broadway Baptist Gym, which was where When We Love was, and also at Union Gospel Mission. And we'll speak a little more to that in a second. When we look at adult beds, we also break them down by program and by shelter. Again, how many beds were available that one night and how many were filled. As you can see, a lot of the programs at Presbyterian Night Shelter, both their program beds and their overnight beds, were basically at 100% capacity. So these are what we call low barrier beds, very accessible to the community. You can also see we have some beds that were physically available, but not available for us to be able to use on a certain night. And at this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Charles Wolford, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Union Gospel Mission, to speak a little bit to this and also to share with us some news. And so, Dr. Wolford, if you could join us now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Mayor, thank you for the call over the holidays. I appreciate your encouragement during the holidays. But Union Gospel Mission, as we've looked at some of the opportunities that we have, particularly as it relates to our capacity, we've realized our utilization numbers have not returned back to pre-COVID numbers. And so as an effort to look at what we're doing to impact that number, we realize that we have to create some strategies that would allow us to increase our bed count by 300. And that is our goal over this next year, over 2025, is to increase our bed count by 300. And so we think that as a partner with all of our shelters, we're going to increase that. We know that this is a capacity opportunity for us that will also impact the number of unsheltered individuals that are on the street. So we use the point in time count, which was 967 people that were on the streets last year. And so we wanted to endeavor to challenge ourselves as an organization to reduce some of those barriers that we currently have. And so we're certainly excited to be in partnership with the city, with all of our neighboring partners to be able to take in more of our neighbors. So we're excited to be able to do that, and I'll take any questions that you may ask.
Thank you, Dr. Wolford. Macy.
Thank you so much for doing that. I'm very excited about that. How are you?
Good.
Thanks for being here today. Will you talk about the difference between Union Gospel and what sets you apart, and then what the barriers are that you're going to be taking down to access those beds?
Yeah, great question, Nancy. The difference is our program beds with our barriers, we have particularly not taken animals. That's been one of the barriers that we've seen. And so we're addressing that policy, particularly as it relates to strategies that we can take individuals and our neighbors that may have a pet. We realize that our pets are oftentimes our children or our family members, so we're going to reduce that barrier. But in addition to that, we have not taken individuals who've had significant criminal backgrounds, and so we're introducing new policies, procedures. We have a centralized intake process that's going to talk through that with diversion and also some assessments that would allow us to reduce some of those barriers to take our neighbors in. So we believe that we're going to be somewhat in line with how Presbyterian is doing some of that work to increase our numbers, but also sharing with Presbyterian, we'll take some more families. We've opened up more family beds as well.
Any other questions, Dr. Wolford? Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you,
Dr. Wolford.
Thank you.
And then just wanted to say again, a huge thanks. We have a great working relationship with Presbyterian Night Shelter, who's always flexible, and are very excited with our conversations with Union Gospel Mission. The only thing better than 300 shelter beds is not having to pay for 300 shelter beds. And so to be able to have a partner coming to the table to expand capacity, to be able to take a big dent out of unsheltered homelessness without the need for resources from the city is incredible. And so we really appreciate that.
All right, thank you, Tara. So now we're going to move into some information that we pulled together over recent months of really starting to look at the resources the city has invested in homelessness citywide. And so the slide that Mark showed at the beginning of all of the different departments we're looking at, we really wanted to take a better look at what that looks like and where that puts the city in the conversation. So a lot of you have seen this image before of what is the homeless system across our continuum of care. And it's a good reminder that the city we aren't the homeless system, but we're a really important part of the homeless system. And I want to give a shout out to Lauren King from Partnership Home for being here today and supporting our presentation. But to show what that looks like, everywhere I've circled in orange are places where the city plays a role in the homeless system. So we're all over the place. We're a really important partner in these efforts. There are many non-city sources of funding for homelessness in Fort Worth. You've got, federal and types of vouchers, state funding, private funding. We've got a lot of philanthropy at play, and then specific funding for subgroups. So city dollars are by no means the only investments at play, but we did want to take a more specific look at what are those city investments. So we started by looking at what are the city investments in staff across the organization. And we're looking at about 36 total staff that are dedicating all or part of their time to efforts related to homelessness. I'll caveat this by saying, we did not capture every minute spent on homelessness across the organization. Police is a great example. We looked at HOPE for this chart, but we didn't get, every NPO that certainly spends a lot of time there. We didn't capture every front desk employee at a library that might encounter someone in need. So this is more focused on staff that have a very dedicated effort related to enforcement, to camp cleanup, to programs, to navigating funds. So what's also interesting here is you'll see the bulk of that staff count is going to be in PD, environmental services, and code, which are all going to be in the arena of enforcement. So whenever we back out from staff and look at dollars, we decided to try to take a look at what did the city spend on efforts related to homelessness just in FY24. And not just that we spent as general funds, but that we directed as federal and state pass-through funds that came through our organization. And that came out to about $10.4 million in FY24, with the bulk being in Directions Home, but the rest spread across several departments, all the way down to small programs like Municipal Court and their community court program and parks. Zooming in on that 6.3 for Directions Home, you've all probably seen a version of this slide before. There's a breakdown on the Directions Home efforts. These are all contracts that are with different organizations for different services. We're not a direct provider of services, but we contract for those services. And the previous slide, looking at that 10.4 million, that was not on capital. This is what we're looking at when we're thinking about capital and the homeless housing pipeline. We also showed this presentation at this slide at the December NQRC meeting, where we looked at an update on PSH projects. So you can see a reminder of city total investment to the tune of about $31 million on different efforts, projects. You've got a few that are single site, so that's going to be your Journey Home, Crowley Road, and New Leaf Camp Bowie, where that entire project is PSH. And then some projects that have set aside. So what we mean when we say set aside is this whole project is not PSH. It is an affordable housing project that has some PSH units in it. And the same for homeless families. Y'all are familiar with Casa de los Sueños, which is 100% for homeless families. And then Tobias Place has a homeless family set aside component. When looking where our different PSH projects sit in the city of Fort Worth, They are in several districts spread out and within different communities, kind of integrating that effort and deconcentrating it. All right. Next, we're going to go into camp cleanup costs. This was another council request, so looking forward to presenting some new information here. Some of this will be things you know, but a reminder about how the camp cleanup process works on private property. This is a bit of a flow chart that I think not only shows that there's several steps in the process, but also that there's several departments involved in the process. So there's a high degree of interdepartmental coordination to pull off these efforts, and we have an amazing several teams across departments that work really hard to streamline this as much as possible, but there are several steps in the process for everything from logging the complaint, to issuing notice to the property owner, scheduling that cleanup, and then making sure that everyone is safe along the way. When that camp is reported on public property, it does reduce the process by several steps because it's our property, so we don't have to coordinate with the property owner in the same way.
And Bethany, I know you and I have talked about this in other meetings specific to private property owners. Where are we on maybe updating our ordinance to allow that to be a more expedited process?
So the latest we have hot off the presses from law as of a couple of days ago is right now we have a 10 days prior notice before the city may abate a nuisance. That ordinance was adopted in 1997 and was presumably at the time drafted and leaned on a health and safety code. That was then changed in 1999. That reduced that notice day period from 10 days to 7 days. So our ordinance predates some state law at 10 days, and state law moved their 10 days to 7 days. So law feels very confident that we could also move our 10 days to 7 days in alignment with that state law. So that was the first thing we wanted to look at. We're still having some conversations if there's other ways to expedite the process, but that one felt like a pretty clear element. I think it's also important to note that the 10 days is for the property owner to abate the trash, essentially, and then the things that are left behind. It's not 10 days for someone to be removed for trespassing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you for that update. Appreciate it.
So some of the questions we were asked about camps is, are people reporting more camps? Are there more camps? Are we cleaning more? Are we spending more? And you're going to see that the answer is yes to all of the above. So we started with the My Fort Worth app reporting, which is where all of our requests start. Even if they don't start in the app, that is where we start them if we get them in another method. And overall, just shout out to the My Fort Worth app folks. They've seen tremendous growth overall in people reporting issues to the My Fort Worth app. But the homeless camp reporting share of total reports has increased over time as well. To now, in FY24, it was about 8.6% of all reports were about homeless camps. Some of them, of course, are going to be...
Charlie, go ahead. Sorry, Bethany.
Sorry, is that 50,000 unique, that's not 50,000 unique camps? Is
So
it,
this
or
is-
60,000?
This is the total number of reports.
It's just total, so if one person, or 30 people reported the same one?
No. The numbers on the bar chart are for the number of reports to file for that regardless of the incident. It's not homelessness, it's just the number of reports through the app. And that's the percentage that pertain to homelessness.
Yes. The bars are all reports of any type. The orange line is homeless camp reports. And yes, but some of them are duplicate reports. Oftentimes, you get more than one report on the same. So then we also wanted to look at what were actual camps cleaned up, because a report doesn't necessarily mean a camp. So in FY23 to FY24, you see an increase in number of camps cleaned and tons of waste collected by a high percentage. I think something I want to mention here is, as part of this process with code and environmental services and PD, we also reworked our formula for how we're calculating costs to be sure we're capturing everything. It had been a couple of years since they looked at things like salaries and cost of equipment and what is our formula for understanding how much we're spending. So we worked with those departments to revamp that, to bring us to a new cost breakdown of camp cleanups in different kinds of scenarios. So you have your public property that's not on a park, not in a city park, which is in blue. You have your PARD property, which is in gray, and then orange is private property. these are a couple lines pulled from our Code of Ordinances that speak to what Mayor was mentioning earlier, which is our 10-day waiting period, but also how we assess the cost to the property owner. So when we clean a camp on private property, we just, the expenses incurred is what we bill them, plus a small fee. So we do the work, we run it through our formula. Okay, this is the cost back to you. So to kind of help visualize what that might look like, we worked with Environmental Services to give some examples of what might be a small, a medium, and a large campsite, and approximately what the cost might be for those different campsites. If they were on private property, what we might be assessing to that property owner. We also wanted to note that as of December, there were some additional directed efforts happening in the East Lancaster area, and we wanted to recap that for you all. Hope PD, Environmental Services, did a tremendous partnership to do some additional enforcement and cleanup details beyond their regular weekly cleanups in the area. And then simultaneously, Tara, Directions Home, worked with Union Gospel Mission, Presbyterian Night Shelter to open at least 80 additional shelter beds so that there could be ideally some flow into the shelters. And then Hope worked towards some additional enforcement efforts continuing the following month to address displacement into neighboring communities and other issues. And then we're continuing to work this with them to see what additional next steps need to be happening and what we've learned from that process.
If I may, Bethany, I just want to thank the staff for quickly jumping on this. Councilmember Hill had a visit at PNS, was horrified at what she saw, had particular visits with PNS staff. And I think all in all, my comments would be the following. We're inconsistent in other areas of the city. And as I told you and Tara on the phone, that right now I think it was on average 7 days, correct? We would check in, clean up, turn over. People would come back every 7 days and set up camp and stay there for the whole week. We would never allow that on any of the streets we live on. Yet we'd allowed our neighbors on East Lancaster to live like that. I recognize how hard every single department had to work, and also to really thank organizations like UGM and others for stepping up, because the good thing is in Fort Worth, we have shelter beds for everyone we were moving their camps. So this is a longer term issue, but unfortunately it had gotten so bad on East Lancaster corridor that it was impacting the nonprofits that actually serve the homeless because they no longer felt safe to walk through, park their vehicles, drug use, fires being set, et cetera. So I just think it was reflective of all of these different departments working together really swiftly. And then, as you mentioned already, working long-term what our solutions should be and creating more consistent policies across the entire city of Fort Worth. We shouldn't treat District 8 and East Lancaster any different than we do D3 or D5 or wherever else. So long-term work to be done. Councilmember Bivens.
I took a picture yesterday about 3:30 p.m. while having a late lunch at the Dixie House. You know, we try to support Dixie House. That's in D5, just east of 820. And if you could imagine a hotel maid staff making a bed, getting ready for a guest, that's what we saw out the window across the street. And Sam said, that guy is making his bed like it's, I mean, it became so normal for him. And you go beyond wondering what gets people to that point where that becomes home for them. But the only thing I could do was write my NPO, and I knew he was still on the clock. But it just made me I felt helpless. And so I'm really encouraged to see this coordination. And it has the propensity to be a SWAT team or an urgent care team if we shape it that way. And so we really do have to make sure police, fire, all these other people who are out and about know that this is a priority. And one last comment I'll share. Years ago, when we closed down Marshall Grain Feed Store on Lancaster, I asked police to start taking their breaks there because the homeless were taking it over. They stopped. When Kell Cleaners closed, same thing, I'm asking cops, take your breaks there, right there at the corner of Kell Cleaners, and they stopped. And so we have to be mobile enough to address a need and figure out some kind of way to incorporate that as some sort of policy. And that way it doesn't take a new idea every 5 years to be repeated. So those are my comments, and hats off to these two dynamic ladies. And thank you, Macy, for sharing what moved you.
Councilmember Nettles.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. And I'll just add too, I appreciate the information that you guys provided today. Tara and I was in a meeting just a couple of weeks ago with I'm sorry, not a resident, but a property owner on Beach in Lancaster, and how her office has been affected by, she's losing business because of the homeless situation. And we was trying to battle how we help her economically, because her roof has been messed up. They're climbing on top of her roof, and how we secure her building. So there's a lot of effort that needs to happen, not just in the small quarter by PNS and UGM, but all across Lancaster.
Well said. Anyone else? Did you have anything? You're good. Okay. Thank you, Bethany. Keep going.
All right, now we're going to move into an update from Tara on the High Impact Pilot Program. I know we shared some of this information with you all back at the end of the year, but we wanted to cover it here as well.
Okay, thank you. And we actually have several members of the High Impact team here. If they could just stand briefly. These are folks that are working with the High Impact Program. Teresa and Leah, go ahead and stand up too. Thank you, guys. And we also have some folks from Downtown Ambassadors who have been very helpful for us in launching this program. So Tom and Paul, we thank you too for being here and for all your support with the program. So just a reminder, this is a 17-month pilot. We started in May, and the goal is to reduce unsheltered homelessness, particularly where it intersects with severe mental illness in 7 target areas in the city. So the criteria for referrals is that someone's unsheltered in one of those 7 areas, either that they've been unsheltered there a very, very long time or are suspected of having severe mental illness. And our goal is to provide ACT services for 80 clients, 40 through funding from the city through housing, and then 40 through housing in other programs. We're going to measure our success by the number of people that accept housing and the number of people that remain in housing with those high-level psychiatric and medical services in place. So what our first 6 months looked like is we developed a referral list of almost 100. 70% of these referrals are from our NPOs. They are on the ground, they know the area better than anyone, and so they were able to really hone in on the people that really needed these services. So our goal was working with MHMR, who we contract with, to hire up and train the team and then begin engaging clients and housing them. So this is just a look. The first 6 months was just through October 1st. And so the team was able to house 30 clients out of 80. And so we're well on our way to meeting our goal. A couple things that make this team unique. One is just this is reserved for people, again, who are long-time unsheltered homelessness and or have severe mental illness. So we keep the client to case manager ratio low. So it's about 10 to 1 because it's very intensive psychiatric medical case management services. There's 24/7 availability, and it also has a recovery orientation, which means they're repeatedly engaging with clients to offer resources for those that are ready to do something to address either substance use issues and or mental health issues. And so like one of the things that's exciting is we've been able to house 30 clients, which is great. And we have at least 7 who have pursued already that mental health resources or substance use resources. We also find that for someone exiting rehab, it is really encouraging and helpful for them to have a safe apartment to exit to with a group of people who are there on hand to support them and help them with continued medication management. That is much more helpful than the prospect of exiting rehab to go back to the street. So looking at some results, our median client age, was 55. We keep track of when housing is offered, how many people accept that. So far, we're looking at an over 90% success rate. The thing that stood out to me as the most jarring is that we also kept track on what is the median number of times people had to be asked. So a question of, I have rental assistance and services. Would you like that rental assistance and services? And the median number of times that the ACT team had to ask these clients was 1 before acceptance. Obviously, there are outliers. There's one lady, and the magic number, I think, was 16 or 17 requests, right? But she's now in housing. But I think this just speaks to, in this population, not just general homeless, but those with severe mental illness, long time unsheltered, averaging 7.5 years unsheltered, people are accepting housing when it's offered.
Tara, if I may, I don't necessarily have to put an ACT team member on the spot, but we could do that if somebody wants to speak to this. I'm curious about the way that individuals are trained and be able to interact with someone to get that kind of success rate from an individual who previously probably has refused services or not wanted to come in. And if you want to provide that insight, or if someone else wants to provide it, either way is fine.
We started off strong. Before the official team was in place, there's Directions Home had some PSH case manager team and lead. And so Teresa and Leah from MHMR, I don't know if either one of you want to speak to that, but they just have deep experience in being able to talk with people and get them to engage in housing. For some of them, building a relationship is important. For others, as soon as you offer a prospect of housing and services and support to help them, the answer is yes. So I can get you some more information, though, on the particular kind of training.
That's fine. Them afterwards, that would be
Okay.
fine. Thank you. Councilmember Beck, did you have something? I'm sorry.
My question was very similar. Knowing that the homeless folks have been on average 7.5 years, my guess is they have interacted with some sort of person that offered services in those 7.5 years. And so really how we're getting these people to a yes.
Okay. Part of this I can speak to, it's the intensity. Because when our system is spread very thin, someone might ask, are you interested in housing? But then that person needs to get identification. And if that person doesn't follow up, a lot of times they fall through the cracks. With the ACT team, being this team that's very focused on a relatively small group of people, that doesn't happen. So they're like, okay, we will take you. So it's a much more hands-on and hand-holding approach for the most vulnerable. Okay, so in looking at stakeholder input, our process was just meeting and talking with lots of folks, looking at local data, and out of that, developing some strategies and actions. So we met with almost 300 stakeholders in the last 4 months. We had 4 major categories of folks that we really wanted to talk with and deeply understand what they were seeing and what they were wanting to see. So obviously we had folks in the city, particularly city council, police, and a lot of other departments. Community folks, this is our folks at Fort Worth ISD, for example. Their main job is not homelessness, but they interact with our system frequently, as well as churches. Those with lived experience of homelessness. That's some of our most valuable information, is talking with people who have been homeless. And then also our homeless system providers. Out of that, we have several themes. I'll just lift up a couple. There was a huge emphasis on unsheltered homelessness. In the feedback we received from the city quadrant and from the community quadrant, we heard over and over again, unsheltered homelessness is the very, very visible homelessness that really impacts neighborhoods and businesses. And so that huge emphasis on what are we doing about unsheltered homelessness and what more can we do. Also, concerns around mental health were very high in our feedback. We heard a lot about camps and that process and how we might improve that. Another theme that we heard repeatedly was the need to do better about communicating positive stories of successes. And so that's something we're definitely going to work on. One of the strengths we repeatedly heard throughout a wide variety of stakeholders is that one thing that makes Fort Worth unique is just the high level of collaboration. The high level of collaboration between the city and Partnership Home and city and Partnership Home and service providers. Just this willingness to come to the table and to problem solve together is something that kind of sets us apart.
So the reason, Tara, and me for some of them, but largely Tara, met with nearly 300 people over the course of 4 months is to really, as Mark was saying to start us off, really get an understanding of what people are seeing and feeling and hearing and wanting to see us focus our resources on that may be different than a few years ago. You saw in the chart from the beginning that that gray line of unsheltered homelessness is different than a few years ago. And so people are seeing different things and having different needs and concerns because of it, and we need to be thinking about reacting differently. And we wanted to get that stakeholder input to help us understand what should our strategies be, particularly as it pertains to our funding, the Directions Home, that $6.3 million, and how it is being utilized, and additional action items that are going to take us forward into 2025. And some next steps on that. We met with each of you, and I appreciate all of you taking the time to meet with Tara and I, but I know at each of our meetings, I started by saying, Directions Home has a certain pot of money, and it was last RFP'd in 2020, and we've been on renewals. Well, as we saw from the charts in the beginning, things are different now than they were in 2020, and we need to be sure that we're being nimble and we're changing our strategies as we go. But a lot of the same strategies still work. So we put this on here as compassionate enforcement because we do feel like that has been the City of Fort Worth strategy. That's not a new term. Compassionate enforcement, balancing compassionate enforcement, that idea is not brand new, and we think there's still a lot of room to lean in on that. But how we're looking at it, I think has some room to be realigned, especially with the focus on unsheltered homelessness, as that is at the top of everyone's list when we're talking about it. So when we're talking about balancing compassionate enforcement, and again, enforcement being something that the city has a unique role in that the rest of the homeless system doesn't, because our police department is with us and we have code and environmental services. So we have a unique role on enhancing enforcement to mitigate the negative impacts that of unsheltered homelessness that are experienced by our neighborhoods and business districts, and pairing that outreach with it, while also ensuring that we're connecting unsheltered individuals with the services and programs that are supporting quicker exits to homelessness and increasing that shelter flow, and trying to ensure that when we're putting our efforts out there, we're finding a balance of both so we make real change. So we took that concept and that focus on unsheltered homelessness and those thoughts into some proposed concepts for how we would be interested in funding Directions Home in FY26, which would be to prioritize the entire RFP around reducing and mitigating impacts of unsheltered homelessness. And that means in programs that might hit unsheltered homelessness a little bit, having them say this needs to be a focus on unsheltered homelessness, or on programs that may not touch unsheltered homelessness at all, rethinking that and potentially redirecting those funds into areas that are going to significantly impact that population. So I'll have Tara take you through a look at what those proposed changes are.
Okay. So this is what we're looking at. One, we carved out and set aside the high impact pilot. It is still in the pilot stage, and so we're not intending for that to be part of the RFP at this time. So, and these were hard decisions that were really based not on agency performance and not based on the value of the programs to the overall system, but just increasingly thinking about how can the city get the most impact from our funding in the homeless system, particularly on the unsheltered, right? How do we use our dollars to decrease unsheltered in the biggest way? And so these are our recommendations. We are recommending that there are 3 programs that we currently fund. We are recommending these dollars be redirected to unsheltered focused program. As Bethany mentioned, there are 4 programs now that we're recommending have a priority for the unsheltered. And so, for example, critical document services that helps people with identification and document their homelessness, we're recommending they solely serve those folks that are living unsheltered and be integrated with outreach to be able to quickly be able to provide those resources. So part of this is trying to get some equity. It's much easier to serve, it's still difficult, but it's much easier to serve people in a shelter bed where you know exactly where they are and it's relatively easy to follow up with them versus trying to find people who are constantly on the move. There are two categories we're recommending increases. One is our direct client service fund. This just helps a lot of people move quickly through our system. And we're recommending prioritizing the unsheltered. And then we're recommending expanding street outreach. We heard about this in a lot of our meetings. And also the HOPE team has increased from 4 officers to 8 officers. And so we would like to match that so they have increased outreach support. So this is just what some of the impacts would be though. So if we chose to redirect this funding, we currently have 2 agencies that are providing the rapid rehousing. This is not rental assistance, okay? This is just case management. We have a data position and mental health. I will note on this, we're gonna be integrating this mental health program with the high impact pilot. And so these services will be able to continue just under the auspices of the high impact program. What this allows us to do is to quickly get people through the system. We had stories even today about families that were able to be reunified with their families just because they stopped by the city-funded cold weather overflow shelter. And When We Love and DRC help connect them to family members in another state. So quickly getting out of our system. And then also really leaning into outreach. How can we have more folks on the ground that are working with our unsheltered every day?
So in addition to some funding recommendations, we've also come up with quite a few action items. Some of these things already in process, some of them new, and I've got a longer list coming, but wanted to be sure to pull out a panhandling and street charity campaign because I know this has been something that's been on the minds of several council members. It's one of those things that maybe we've tried an effort for in the past, and it's time to rethink it, revamp it, and enter it with some new energy. So we've pulled together a cross-departmental group that includes the police department, environmental services, code, TPW, to pull together a multi-pronged communication approach that would have consistent messaging, regular communications. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention the comms department. Of course, they're helping us with this. A consolidated web resources for the information, how to direct people to what we do want them to do and why we might not want them to take certain actions, and help educate folks on that. And then to include a signage component. I put an example here of something that the Camp Bowie District has worked with us on. So we want to take what existing efforts have been out there and not potentially not use exactly that. For example, we wouldn't want a QR code on the side of the road because that might encourage some dangerous activities, but to build off the efforts that they've put forward and try to use the existing complaint and citation data to inform where we might put these signs and track some complaints, citations, web visits, see what results we can get out of that. So I know I'm talking about this in a bit of a mushy way. It's a little mushy at the moment. We've got a lot of departments working together on it, but we're really encouraged by everyone coming together to think about how we can do a really strong approach towards this effort. I know many council members have put together efforts within their districts, and we want to come alongside and bolster that in a citywide manner. The next 2 slides are some additional next steps. I won't read through every single one of these, but I'd like to highlight a few, which of course starting with the top one, which is just aligning us more cross-departmentally. The 4th one, which is the Chamber has a homeless task force. They've been working on a small business toolkit, and Partnership Home and Directions Home have been working with them on that. We're going to continue to do so. We're excited to partner with them on that work. On the next slide, you'll see some additional elements that we're working on, including we've shared this with several of you. We're excited about the rebuild of the interface in the My Fort Worth app to help people understand where their camp complaint is in the process, give them a bit more information so that they have less frustration about not knowing what's going on. And then ultimately ending with that final one being create a City of Fort Worth homeless strategies plan that would focus on aligning and enhancing city actions in the support of the COC strategic work plan, which is just a longer way of us saying we'd like to pull together what is the city's plan? What is our strategic plan? Yes, we love that there's a COC strategic work plan. We know we're an important part of that. But what is our plan holistically at the City of Fort Worth around our resources, our staff, the many things we're already doing, and really align that to be a stronger support both in the system, but then get more out of what resources the city is putting forward. So those are additional next steps. And then we also wanted to share with you that gonna have a little name change. So Directions Home got its name, I believe in 2008 as part of a report under Mayor Moncrief. It's been a great name that's served it well, but it is a bit confusing these days. It sounds like a nonprofit. People think we provide services, and it maybe doesn't reflect that homeless strategies at the City of Fort Worth encompass a lot of things outside of just housing services and programs. As we try to be a more collective effort across the city, we'd like to call ourselves Homeless Strategies because that's what we feel like is more appropriate to the work being done. Very bureaucratic and straightforward. I like it. And then, so Homeless Strategies has some next steps, which you saw on the previous slides of some targeted dates for different efforts we have going. January 23rd, 2025 is the point in time count. If you'd like to volunteer, we'd love to have you out there. I'll be participating in my first pit count this year. I'm looking forward to it. We target putting the RFP out maybe January, February, but definitely open to feedback. And then in October 2025 is when those revised programming makeup would start after that funding goes through.
Thank you, Bethany. Appreciate it. Councilmember Beck, Councilmember Martinez.
I just have one question, and at the beginning of the presentation, you talked about our numbers in homelessness and how they've decreased in contrary to what we've seen on the national trend. And I know that there wasn't one silver bullet, but what are maybe the top 3 things that you can attribute to Fort Worth's success in seeing a decrease in the number of homelessness as opposed to the rest of the nation?
I do think that there is a pretty close tie, because if you look at the overall decrease from 24 to 23, it's about 400. And due to the work of Partnership Home in moving some previous vouchers, they were awarded 350 vouchers. So they were able to house 350 additional people, and that was mainly families, because they had a very good working relationship with some previous resources. So we've seen that again, that our system is very strong and uses data and partnerships to be able to use resources, and then we get more resources and we use those and we house more people.
Speaking of housing, you had the chart of all of the permanent supportive housing in the pipeline. Do you know how many of those units are already online versus what we're waiting for?
So it's a lot of slides, guys.
Yeah.
The Casa de los Sueños is already open.
Okay.
The rest are not. Is that
Okay.
correct? The rest are not.
So do we anticipate that we will continue to trend downward, knowing that we still have these permanent supportive housing units online?
Sorry, one more time was the question?
Yeah, do we anticipate that we'll continue to see that positive decline in homelessness, knowing that we still have about 120 units of permanent supportive housing to come online?
Because none of this will be online at the time of the pit count, right? Is that
None
what
of
you're
this
saying?
will,
Yeah.
but maybe next year's PID count.
Yes.
We do think we're going to see some decreases. We are working very hard with our partners to secure rental assistance, to make sure we see those deep decreases that we have with previous projects.
Councilmember Martinez.
Just thank you, ladies, for a very thorough report. And, it gives me hope that we're doing the right things to reduce homelessness in our city. But I took a picture, hold on. My questions are more to try to get a better understanding of those who have been served through the high impact program. So I don't know, I'm just assuming it's more men than women. Is that correct? Or is it pretty even?
It's been pretty even.
Okay. And is substance abuse almost always an issue?
It is a frequent issue.
Okay. Do a majority have a criminal record? And if so, is that a barrier to getting them into housing?
I don't know about that. One thing is, we do check because that can be limiting on the landlord side of things. But we have a unique partnership with Partnership Home. This pilot has given us the opportunity not just to like have an ACT team, but also to pilot some other things. One of which is called master leasing, which is where a nonprofit is able to lease apartment units and then have the tenant come in as an occupant. And so that has helped mitigate some of the issues we would have faced with a tenant directly seeking an apartment.
Thank you. And thank you, Union Gospel, if you're still here, for looking at those policies that are creating barriers for people getting into those beds.
I've got a question for you.
Go ahead, Gina.
Again, I'm happy about the coordination, but I'm losing my thought because I jumped in front of Macy and you're doing all this stuff. I don't know what I was going to say. You go ahead and go, and it'll come back to me in a minute.
One, I want to commend you both on this. This is a tremendous amount of work. And also want to call out Cody, Mark, Val for your work in December. I mean, y'all immediately answered the call when we sent that picture around and said, this is unacceptable. This is not a third world country. This is the city of Fort Worth. I do want to challenge this council after seeing this presentation and looking at the amount of money we're spending, $31 million in housing alone. I don't know what we're spending on prevention and diversion, and I'd love to get that number to better understand what we can do to fill in that gap. Going back to the camping issue, I want to challenge the council to look at the balance between compassion and tolerance. It's a human dignity issue. It's a public safety issue. It's a public health issue, frankly. And I think it's a direct reflection on how we look at the city of Fort Worth, our values and our cultures, and we can do better, and we owe our citizens better. And that was my takeaway from my walk through Presbyterian Night Shelter in December. I was horrified. But kudos to our staff for responding quickly, and let's figure out a solution between all of us on what we can do to address the camping issue. I'd love to see a no tolerance ordinance, and we just need to figure out what we can do to make sure these people have the resources that they need. Lastly, the recommendations on the Directions Home rename and the funding reallocation, I'm in full support of that. I had a list of questions, really more just kind of digging in on the numbers and what we can do to reallocate funds, and y'all came up with a solution, and I'm really pleased. So thank you so much for not just providing a very thorough presentation, but a presentation that provided solutions.
Thank you.
Now,
Councilmember Bivens.
yeah, I'll share those.
And then Michael.
The coordination
Chris.
just really makes me real happy. I need to know, what does it take to get District 5 and parts of District 11 on that list that you showed? Because I can promise you, there's a skip over when you leave downtown and the district. But the years ago, Dallas was giving out bus tickets to send people to Handley. I don't know if you guys remember that, Carlos might, but they actually did. Yeah, not long ago. And we have people in Handley, who are hanging out on the streets. We have people in Meadowbrook who are hanging
There are
out on the
actually
streets.
two spots in District 11, so
Yeah.
I'm lucky to have that.
We need to get on that, on your radar, and so you let your people know, just because you get to what you think the end is on Lancaster, when you continue east, you will see more. So that's what I want you to know.
Thank you.
Michael.
Yeah. Again, thanks for this presentation. I want to echo something that Councilmember Hill said. I believe again, all these efforts of housing people, great. We need to continue to do that. We're always going to have that issue and problem. But I feel like when someone's at this point, we've already lost. And we can get them rapidly everything that we can do. But I'd like to see more. And there's only was a couple of mentions about prevention efforts and really, really digging into that. We have people going to the food banks. So we have, again, I'm not the expert here, y'all are, but what you bring back to us, I like the renaming of homeless strategies and looking at this holistically, that we know if we can prevent them from ever becoming homeless, it's going to cost the taxpayers a lot less. So I'd love to see that as part of what you're reorganizing and doing, of how we look at that and what organizations. We have tons of partners out there, churches, everything else. I don't feel like there's a whole catalog of sorts where we can go and how people are appointed, what that looks like. But I think that also might help our citizens, residents know what's going on, that we are making lots of efforts. We have lots of nonprofits, lots of partners. We can't do this alone. So that would be really helpful to see as this moves forward. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Who did I miss? Charlie and then Jared.
Say me?
Yeah,
Awesome.
please.
Well, Tara, thank you. Bethany, thank you. I certainly do not envy you, Tara. You have, I think, an impossible job. I mean, an issue that is spoke about in the Bible that we're going to face, and we'll face this for the next 100, 500. No one will ever solve this, but certainly commend you on the work you're doing to at least help alleviate a lot of the issues that we see in Fort Worth. I absolutely want to echo Macy's comments as far as enforcement, because I completely believe in the compassion piece, and it sounds like those who are offered services, who are accepting them, that's great. I think a lot of the frustration that we're seeing and our residents are seeing is with those who completely refuse everything. And I completely understand from a legal standpoint, we can't force them into that. However, I do believe we do need to enforce the ordinances that we have on the books, especially whenever it comes to camping. I think we need to look at private property, especially from a commercial standpoint, a little bit differently and find a way legally to treat it differently as well, because yes, it's private property, but it's public facing, it's in everyone's face, it's commercial property. I'd like to see if there's a way we can treat that a little bit differently, especially when it comes to the 7-day requirement, and going back to the vacant commercial too. So I'd just like to be able to see the city empowered to take action, make sure our police can take action quicker as well, especially for a lot of these repeat offenders, that we have the campers. We go out there, we tell them, hey, you can't be here. Do you have permission? No. It eventually gets cleaned up to the tune of $6 million, or I'm sorry, $3 million. They just go somewhere else, and we just keep chasing the same camps around. So at what point are we going to hold them accountable? And I understand we need our partners in Tarrant County to do their part too. I mean, we don't have rooms in our jails for nonviolent felons, so we certainly aren't going to have room in our jails for individuals who decide to keep camping, which keeps going further to there's zero accountability, and they're like, well, nothing's going to happen to me. We need to make sure we hold our courts accountable, our municipal courts. They know that they could just, it's a revolving door, there's zero accountability, they could just keep getting away with whatever they want. So I believe in the compassion piece, absolutely, but I think we as a city need to do better on the enforcement piece, and if that means changing some of our policies, from police or whoever it is, I think we certainly need to explore that more too, because we're frustrated with the same people that we're seeing, the same camps, and nothing from it. I think we need to have a much longer conversation on permanent supportive housing, what that looks like, some of those barriers, some of the requirements. I mean, especially if we're going to be using taxpayer dollars for that. What are some of the requirements of those who are taking advantage of those programs? A lot of different questions that we can certainly talk about in more detail. I know we're going to have a homeless summit next month in District 4, so we're certainly looking forward to getting more input there, because I think the residents have a lot of questions. I think we all do. But I think this has been super helpful, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Who did I miss? Jared? Chris?
Oh, okay. Can you go back to that slide where you had the reallocations of funds? Thank you guys for this slide. A question about this slide. I believe it was the critical document services piece. At that 150,000, how many people will you be able to service? Just if you don't know it right now, but I think, and the reason why I asked that question, I'm glad that you have that there, because I think it's important that we have enough dollars to support, and how I appreciate how you reallocated dollars to other areas. The question is, do we still need those dollars in the ones that we reallocated to? Because I'm hearing the question about this no tolerance and serious actions. But I think there's a lot of things that we can do as a council. Number one, support affordable housing all over the city of Fort Worth and not just in the urban developments. Also to have a housing bond that I asked for about a year ago when we get ready to do our bond cycle, to increase a housing bond that also supports the city of Fort Worth. Also providing measures to be a, some of the resources that we did for other apartment complexes, we was able to add dollars that took away such as the issue that maybe UGM had about the criminal piece, maybe providing security, maybe resources that allow organizations to take on the homeless population with other pieces such as criminals, such as substance use, the diversion center, because as Councilman Charlie said, our jails can't take no more people coming into them. We're already putting people in there for marijuana less than 4 ounces, non-criminal people, and people are dying in the jail. So we certainly don't want to just have this no tolerance and picking people up and taking them, I don't know, to some secret location to get them off of Lancaster. But I think that we should continue to be compassionate. I think we should continue to add more resources to your department and not have you reallocate resources to try to do something different. But I appreciate the slide that you presented today, and I'm going to continue to support the effort that you guys are doing. And hopefully that this council can add more dollars to fix the problem and not just have a sense of no tolerance.
Did I get everybody? Yes, please, Jared.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank y'all for a very thorough presentation, and thank you for presenting at the NQRC and balancing it with this presentation. I'm also just really grateful for your approach and as always to this work, and for this thoughtful approach as we continue to go forward. I'm so just tremendously grateful for what y'all are doing on such a difficult topic and a tough experience for our neighbors who are struggling in the muddiness, the muck and mire of the struggle of everyday life. So thank you. Couple questions. One related to the signs. I've loved that idea, and shout out to Kent Bowie Pitt and Councilmember Crane for that. We loved it so much so that our council office is using our own dollars out of our office to try to invest in doing the same thing at particular intersections that see panhandling quite a bit. And it doesn't necessarily, to the sign's point, actually be a help to people who are experiencing the muddiness of life. And so I'm interested. I always thought we should expand this because it was a great idea, but I also recognize the fiscal constraints on doing that. So that's why we went into our council office budget. I would really like this council to look at, maybe there's locations that council members have all across the city that could benefit from this. And I would be supportive of us seeing how we can come together to do that. So just take that for what it is, and would love to see us do that. The other thing is, to the renaming, I definitely understand the need for it, and what I'm about to say is not necessarily a critique, not at all a critique. It's more so something that I've been grappling with, and so it's a request of y'all to help me. I know that language is sometimes, maybe even often limited, and sometimes inadequate for all the things that we're trying to describe. And one of the things that I've been grappling with is that our situation is not our identity. Because people are experiencing homelessness doesn't make them their identity homeless. And it's my belief that God sees us, is concerned about us in the everyday struggle of life, and sees us beyond our situation and doesn't associate our situation with who we are and who God sees us as. And so to that point, there's a number of linguistical kind of terms that we use around this topic, and I am guilty of this at times and struggling with that. And so while I understand the approach, sometimes I struggle with homeless as an example of that, of describing people's situation as who they are. And I don't necessarily know, with that understanding of homeless strategies, necessarily speaks to what we're actually trying to speak to. And so I don't know if it's homelessness strategies or y'all said unhoused and unsheltered. Y'all have used that. That was the first time I had ever heard it, because I'm not necessarily an expert at this, but I'm supportive of the cause. And so the request is, can we get a list of the terms that y'all used in this presentation that were obviously well thought out and very thoughtful of the lived experience of people facing this circumstance. And King provided to me so that I can speak more thoughtfully and to the dignity of the people that we're serving. And then also a request, I know y'all are really excited about it, and I am too. I don't know if homelessness strategies addresses that from your expertise, but it's something I think of as a lay person, and y'all are the experts, so would love to hear your feedback on that.
So for this, we were trying to encompass less maybe the individual and more like the entire concept of what we might be dealing with across the breadth of the city, whether it's enforcement or housing program or other kinds of efforts. And we looked to other major cities to see what they named their units similarly and kind of looked at that similar language. Some used homeless in the name and some used homelessness. I think we're open to considerations on it. The main goal was to move away from something that very much sounded like a nonprofit and a service agency and was confusing for folks when Tara entered the room. I'm with Directions Home. That didn't mean much to them. So just something that says I'm with the city and I speak on behalf of a large amount of strategies and work that we're doing around a certain issue. So I think we can noodle on it.
Thank y'all.
One more.
Yeah, Charlie.
So to your point, as far as the panhandling goes and the signs, we're doing the same thing in District 4. And I've been talking to TPW about it. Actually, the expense for even designing one was pretty expensive. So I took the liberty of designing one myself. Right. And I even came up with a sign to identify high fentanyl use areas because I think if the residents in those particular areas knew that there's a good chance of their dollars they're just giving to give that panhandler is going to go to fentanyl, then I'm talking to fire and police about that strategy and what that does to local businesses. But perhaps, David, there might be a chance in some of those funds you're talking about to allocate each office some funds for those signs, because we're willing to use our office funds for that too, because we don't have any PIDs or HOAs that have the money to be able to do that, so it's got to come from somewhere. And I think it's something that we can easily track, because what we're going to do in District 4 is we're going to take the top 10 spots that are reported via My Fort Worth app, put those signs there. We know that from past experience with the QR codes, it doesn't actually generate any income, but at least generate the awareness. And then from there, we can determine in a year or not if it's actually having any impact, but at least we're showing the residents we're trying something. So hopefully we can all get on board and do something and see if it actually helps in other districts.
Renee has all the money we need for signs.
Just a few things to close. Carlos, making sure you didn't have anything. No, he's good. Carlos broke his leg, y'all. That's why he's remote today. So I thought I was gonna, Carlos, I didn't do it to you, but I was gonna play the Christmas Vacation, Clark Griswold falling through the attic today at the beginning of the meeting. But I decided to spare you the indignity.
Thanks.
No problem. So a few things that have already been noted by several council members. I do think, as y'all have put together so succinctly in this presentation, that money does really speak to where our priorities are as a city. And I think there are ways for all of the different maybe viewpoints across this table to come together. And this is maybe one of these issues we really need to work together. So some of the best information right now, maybe because there's so much focus on California's homelessness policies, but according to the Hoover Institute, since 2019, the state of California has spent $24 billion on homelessness, and they've gone from 30,000 to 181,000 homeless people. That is not to pick on the state of California, because I think Texas has to look in the mirror absolutely as well. But this will be a topic this session, and I know the legislature doesn't really know what they think about homelessness, and we need to have a voice at the table. I just want us to ask the right questions. So around budget, and this is, I love what we're doing with the pilot, and I think the answer is probably yes, this makes sense, but quick back of the napkin math is that we're probably spending, based on the 17 months, 80 people, just over $20,000 per person to put them into services. Questions around how long the housing lasts for, what happens to them after that year. All those are just questions I think we need to answer as a council, especially if we're going to go to voters potentially in 2026 and ask for money in a housing bond. This issue will tank that proposition if we don't get it right. And so we've got the right people at the table. I'm infinitely grateful for our nonprofit partners. Not one of us around the table can hold a candle to some of the people that are here in the audience that have been doing this for decades. We're very fortunate. The one request I have around the RFP you're going to do into the spring is a few things. Don't do it slowly. I think the timeline's decent if you release it in the spring and it's implemented in October, but just keeping the council up to date. Coming back to us probably in the next 2 to 3 months on updates around what that strategy looks like, probably when the RFP is released. But also do a comprehensive look at what we're spending across the city of Fort Worth in philanthropy and federal dollars through Partnership Home, the city of Fort Worth, anything Tarrant County's putting in. All of that should be included in how we're grappling with this issue. And I think otherwise, I think we're on a really, really good path. And I hope that city staff feel supported because I'm sure many of these departments, this is not the only thing they do. And this, when we ask for things like we did in December, you're dragging them away from some other jobs, and we recognize that as a governing body. So we're with you in the trenches to get this right. Lastly is no council budget should have to pay for signs. So please don't do that. Please ask TPW and these folks right here to help understand what that costs comprehensively across the city of Fort Worth. And it sounds like all of you are interested in that. So maybe we can standardize the model and make sure each of you are consulted in what areas those should be put into place. Because I think to your point, and Councilmember Crane can speak to this, that has been really effective on the Camp Bowie corridor. So with that, thank you both very much. Great presentation today. Any future agenda items, council? We have like 10 minutes till council starts. Yes, Councilmember
Got
Beck,
like 10
please.
minutes worth of IRs. Okay. So first, I'd like an inventory of our parks by type of facility and the amount of investment we're putting into each type of facility. So neighborhood park versus regional park, swimming pool, recreation center, that type of thing. I'd like to get a better understanding of our Fort Worth Nature Center and how the fees are structured and what it cost us to operate that annually. I'd like a street striping update. We invested in that several years ago. I want to know where we are, and particularly, I'd like to know if that material is holding up the way that we thought it would. I would like an update on the entertainment district study. I would like to know what the city does specific to background checks on employees that interact with children. And then I had previously asked for the city to explore software that helps us analyze the cost of development and the return of investment on that, and I'd like to pick that one back up. And also, in light of the discussion we had today, we fixed the problem when it came to vets. We did not fix the problem when it came to vouchers in general, and that is updating our economic development agreements so that if they receive funding from the city of Fort Worth, that they cannot choose not to accept the vouchers, housing vouchers for our homeless. And then in light of what we've seen happen in LA, those horrific fires, and the one thing that we've heard over and over again is they didn't have the water they needed to fight those fires. I'd like to know what our city's water planning, and I mean big water for the future of as we start to add on major developments to the west and to the north, and what we're doing to ensure that not only do we have safe drinking water, but that we can put out any potential fires.
I have two. I'd like a report on Nextdoor, and I don't see William Johnson or the chief here, so I'm going to rely on somebody to let them know. For those of you who don't know, Nextdoor was brought to us by the Fort Worth Police Department, but Nextdoor gives the impression that we as council members can see all of our districts, and we cannot. Nextdoor has turned into a bitch session. It's been that for years. And I need to know if they can't control the boundaries, because, well, it is, you know, and a lot of stuff is not true. And so I need to know, have police gained the capability, there's Aldridge, to edit Nextdoor, to have disclaimers on Nextdoor? And so, you know, that's one. And I want to follow up on the report I need for the relationship between the school resource police officers and the NPOs. NPOs rock, you know, they rule the community, they do the best they can, but time those students leave the campus and engage in whatever they do from time to time, the SROs stand down. That has to stop. And so that's really important to me. They've been doing it for years. So thank you.
So really quick, we all know that people shooting firearms is a huge issue across the city. New Year's Eve was like a war zone in my neighborhood, so I'd like to request an IR on a comprehensive plan to decrease the shooting of firearms within city limits.
Anybody else on this?
Yes, I have one. I want to request of the police towers, how many we have on hand and how many are deployed and where they are deployed in the city of Fort Worth.
You talking about the ones that are mobile in a
Yeah, the
parking lot?
mobile ones.
Okay,
Because I need several in my district.
okay. Anyone else around the table? Okay, with that, council, we're adjourned.